What's going on, guys? How's it going? Alright, we got our new player tournament today. As per usual for Saturdays. I'm gonna be grabbing Malden, who's gonna be playing Khorne. Just to get our first game rolling here. I messaged him. I haven't heard back from him yet, but I'm sure he'll be here in a minute. We'll see who else might want to jump in and play around with us. We can always grab Empire if we need to. He's always game, I know. Yeah, tournament will be kicking off in a minute, and I'll just go ahead and let me get myself situated with what the bracket looks like. Only about a week and a half out before we get the new DLC, which is going to be super awesome. Very excited for it. Been really enjoying a lot of the content that Anticity and Turn have been putting out.
Why AAA?
With all of the info about all the new units. Slaanesh is looking like an absolutely broken faction again. No surprises there, I guess. I don't know what's going to need to be done about them, but they've already got pretty much all the tools you could possibly ask for, faction-wise. And they're getting shade type of units that have excellent combat stats and a whole bunch of other shenanigans. I don't even know how people are going to be able to combat all of it. That's respectable, Pancake. I went to get breakfast with my partner today. Had a pretty good time hanging out there. They're there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye. What's up, Empire? How's it going, man? I don't think you'll be suffering that badly, Suga. I think you'll do good, dude. Where the hell's 8-Bit Warlock? We'll grab Malden's opponent and get them in here. Then maybe he'll migrate over. Okay, Malden's here, so just waiting for 8-Bit Warlock. Let me see what map we're on. Dried Floodplain, yes. I think this is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be Khorne versus Vampire Coast. Definitely a tough matchup for the Vampire Coast. If Khorne just plays the cards right and they push well with their warriors and can also just manage the pressure from Morn Ghouls and some of the artillery pieces, it's usually a pretty easy win here for the Blood God. This map complicates things further for the Vampire Coast by being pretty forbidding for artillery. We've got this huge set of trees on either side of the map that block off most avenues of fire for artillery. There's also a nice big hill off to one side that has an objective on the top. It can be a little hard to get accurate fire onto units that are positioned there. Just because artillery doesn't fire from terrain differentials very well. So oftentimes it'll just be missing, and if your opponent has their troops on the reverse side of a slope, it basically means that your carronades are useless. And carronades do tend to be pretty good against Khorne. Just because they clear warriors decently, and they put a lot of pressure on Skulltaker. You can still shoot Skulltaker with your handgunners and hand cannons, even the pistol mobs don't do bad against him, but it takes a lot to bring Skulltaker down, usually. And without the additional pressure from artillery, it can be a bit of a hopeless task, so we'll see if Malden's able to capitalize on that. But you do also have to worry about Valkia for the coast, because Valkia can also just beat pretty much every single one of the combat characters that coast has. She's pretty good for pressuring and sniping. Yeah, Skycutters are going to be gross, dude. Both variants will definitely have their matchups. I imagine the magic damage variant, or they have magic damage on their missiles, not on the actual chariot itself. But regardless, it'll be really good for the Demons of Chaos matchup. Probably going to be pretty goated in the Tzeentch matchup as well, since it's not like High Elves struggle that badly against flying factions, but it will be really nice just for controlling additional space, and then you don't have to spam Tempest to take out Changebringers. And I'm sure that the anti-large Skycutters are going to be able to thump against pretty much every other faction. Any faction that's got mobility that's fairly expensive, like Corntors and Blood Crusher type of units. Warbear Riders, probably even like heavy cavalry like Griffin Legion are going to be pretty squishy, because the problem with the High Elf bolt throwers has never been necessarily the damage output. It's just that they're a little inaccurate at max range, and also they can just struggle with their positioning being so freaking slow. Being tied up with a whole chariot that's also got pretty good stats and can clear out infantry does mean the Skycutters will be pretty tough, I think. Plus, High Elves can heal like crazy, so it's not going to be easy to remove them early on. They're going to be pretty survivable. And they've got a lot of armor and HP, from what I remember. I got close to like 6,500 HP from what I'm going off of from my memory. What's up, Brad? Hola. The Ettins also look pretty crazy. Those are probably not going to be broken, though. Even the Ettin Rune Collar is going to be, it's going to be solid. But there are definitely ways to work around those things. I mean, they're definitely going to be crazy tough single entities to bring down, but I still don't think they're going to be quite at the center of the Norscan game plan. Just because they are still going to be pretty slow. Like, the bounce spells are good. They're definitely going to put a lot of pressure on early, but I feel like in the late game, Ettins are going to be a little weak. Plus, a faction with decent shooting will just completely rip those things apart, because they are not heavily armored at all. The thing that I'm scared of, I mean, I'm going to be having a lot of fun with it, is I actually think that the Chimera and the Praetons being added to the Beastmen roster are going to make the Beastmen good against all the factions in the game again, because right now Beastmen struggle against factions that have really strong flyers, because while Beastmen have a strong flying lord, I don't know what the hell that was, while Beastmen have a strong flying lord, it's Malagor, and Malagor's not a combat character necessarily. He can do a little bit of melee fighting, because he's not terrible at it, but mostly just flies around, avoids damage, drops Flock of Doom and Enfeebling Foe, and just kind of trundles about that way. Cockatrices really aren't that much of a threat. Their hitboxes are a little buggy. They're okay in a few matchups. I've actually found some techs where they work out, but I think the Praeton and the Chimera are going to actually be pretty disgusting. And they're going to be amazing for shutting down all of the demonic factions' pressure that normally gives the Beastmen a lot of trouble. And they might even be good options against Bretonnia, which is another tough Beastman matchup. So we're going to see how that plays out. Beastmen are a bit up in the air right now. They got a lot of really good tools, though. I didn't think that they would be getting the flyers from the DLC, personally. But when Turn was going over it, it just, I had all my neurons firing as to how they could work in, and they both have some pretty gnarly looking abilities and combat potential. Yeah, that's probably going to be the strategy for a lot of this stuff. The faction... See, that's the reason why Slaanesh is going to be so crazy, because Slaanesh is kind of hard to ignore anything because of how fast everything is. Like, for the Beastmen with these big flying characters, there's going to be a lot of cap weight that you're not bringing on the ground, obviously, so maybe you can get away with that against Beastmen. And Norska is going to be pretty damn tough, and the Ettins will be too, but if you can just make the maneuver game really tough for them, which is doable for a lot of factions. You know, Norska has amazing mobility, but there are definitely counters to a lot of it. You might be able to do some damage there. It's going to be interesting, though, to see how the Kurgan Horsemen work, because the Kurgan Horsemen are a lot like Synagors. The only thing that they don't get is the perfect vigor from, like, Rowdy or anything. But they've got pretty similar, like, stats and weapon strength. Great mobility, obviously. They just do cost a decent amount. But with really good micro, they could be a nightmare. Oh, beautiful. Oh, give me a sec, guys. Oh, come on. Don't do this Windows 11. I gotta end task on all of these obnoxious services that Windows wants to force down my throat, dude. Doesn't matter how many times I disable them running, they just keep, like, booting themselves back up. I don't know if people have been keeping up with the Windows 11 drama in the last few days, but when the company has to actively issue a statement that they know and understand that core elements of their operating system are not functioning as intended, that's usually a pretty bad sign. But hopefully they actually get to fixing a lot of these issues. So yeah, we got a lot of Marauders here. I'm not a huge fan of Marauders into the Vampire Coast. I actually think they're kind of terrible. Just because Marauders' leadership is solid, but once it wears down to below 50%, they just end up terror routing from Morn Ghouls, or even Fear starts to affect them, and they can break pretty quickly. The Chosen, though, are a really good choice. Love Chosen. They're going to be a really solid backbone for this Khornate army. They can fight just about anything. They can even beat Morn Ghouls in a straight-up fight, if you've ever tested it out. And that does change if there's a bunch of deckhand mobs sitting on top of the Chosen as well, but Khorne usually has enough tools to be able to kill Morn Ghouls if they just get some good charges with Flesh Hounds, or rear charges with Furies onto the back of those fights. They can usually clear through everything in time. The problem for the Vampire Coast, as I said, is just, like, the low armor and so many, like, squishy units that can be farmed for Khornate army ability charges. We do have one Carronade. It is out on the open side of the map, facing the hill, which is going to be a little bit of a problem. It's going to get some good shots on the Marauder Horsemen while these guys are capping the point, but very quickly, Malden should be able to just pull them back and then bring some infantry forward, and the infantry can just kind of sit back here on the blue line, and it's going to be just out of the LOS of the cannon. It's going to make it very hard for the Carronade to actually get in and do good damage. Going to take the head-up fight against the Scurvy Dogs here, which is going to work out okay for Khorne, potentially. You can see the damage being thrown down here by the Marauder Horsemen is just vicious. These guys are so good on the charge against infantry-sized targets. One Horseman is routing back, but the Chaos Warhounds of Khorne coming in now and doing a pretty good job of getting on the back of this fight and trying to clean up some of the pressure there. Fleshhound's getting shot up really bad by the pistol mobs. Good damage from 8-Bit Warlock out the gate, actually. And you can see the Scurvy Dogs actually pushing back a lot of this Khornate army. The Chaos Warhounds of Khorne are a good unit, but again, that Frenzy wearing off just leaves them looking real flimsy because they have awful melee defense, so they just get absolutely rolled over by these Scurvy Dogs, chasing them down on their retreat. Marauder Horsemen trying to hang in and do their thing. Infantry for Khorne finally moving up to the points. Get some Marauders moving in, taking a majority of the pistol fire. Just get these guys faced up here and try and weather as much of that damage as possible. Decent little tide call from Celastra. Celastra is definitely not who I would be bringing against Khorne unless she's on a Rotting Leviathan. Being on foot as a ghostly infantry-sized character means that Skulltaker, if he finds her, is just going to pull her apart at the seams. She's incredibly squishy with 4,500 HP. Skulltaker could definitely clown on her. So, Vampire Coast is a lot of units off on the side of the map here, up against the boundary almost. I would just avoid advancing over here if I were Malden and just try and focus on holding this number 2 objective in the number 1 because there's really nothing to push the number 1 objective up here. All you need is like one Marauder to hold this top objective right now. And it's going to make it very difficult for your opponent to clear you off. Really good dive with a Rally and Chaos Warhound actually able to take the Carronade out. Throwing axes and the Warhound probably going to go down here, but a huge win for Khorne, honestly. Getting rid of that Carronade. Its pressure was going to be a little bit less than effective on the number 1 objective, but still would have been a little bit of work to poke in there and just be annoying. Removing that allows the Marauders to sit here very safely and hold that point now. Chosen up on the middle objective, Khorne Capweight looking really damn solid. The Marauders are doing pretty decently right now. Really not a whole lot of pressure coming in from the Vampire Coast to clear out these infantry units. Get a mortar, but it gets jumped by a Fury. Another really good dive from Malden. You have to secure your back lines as the Vampire Coast. You just cannot leave these artillery pieces vulnerable to dive attempts like this. The best thing you can do is just put a, not a deckhand mob or something over the top of the crew and just pull the crew back whenever the Furies land in here, but really there's not an easy way of protecting those artillery pieces. You just have to fill out with guns and hope that the Khorne player takes enough damage on the way back there for you to be able to clean up the Furies before they're able to kill all of the artillery crew. Not working out too well there. Gunnery Whites are sitting in the middle here, and they have not used any of their ammunition. They've only been using the Scab Scrates. Warlock has to be using these Gunnery Whites to put pressure on Skulltaker. They can actually poke them down pretty decently. They got a lot of missile damage. They've got restocks, or I guess it's more powder is what it's called. Nonetheless, it replenishes the ammunition on units, so they can fire all game, and they can definitely kill Skulltaker if they're allowed time to operate and shoot, but they're just kind of sitting here and being forgotten about, I think. Furies, after killing the mortar crew, get in against the deckhand polearms. Up in the trees now, doing some pretty good damage to them, not really having to worry about a whole lot. And the Heralds of Khorne's Fury have come out, and they've been running around, nibbling at some of these units out on the flanks, getting up into the back line now to dive some of the gunnery mobs. There's just not enough armor-piercing damage here for the Vampire Coast. Brought a ton of gunnery mobs with the pistols, and then a lot of deckhand mobs, but no backup really. There's no Mournghouls, there's no handguns or hand cannons, no Mournghoul haunters who are kind of decent here. And Khorne is just pushed up and is just gonna like slowly overwhelm these very weak zombie units. They're just not going to be able to outlast the Chosen specifically, because Chosen have been fighting pretty decently here in the middle, and they're going to continue holding on to this objective for quite a while longer. Now, Scurvy Dogs do manage to get the jump on the Marauders. They're able to push them back. They're on death's bed, though, so don't know how much farther they're going to be able to go. You get some Bloodletters going to be moving up to that high ground objective. I'm not a huge fan of Bloodletters against Vampire Coast. Just a little too weak in the armor department, in my opinion. It's better to just kind of go for the shields and the armor if you're going to be taking on the undead, in my experience. A couple Mournghouls move out now, and they could be a bit of an issue. We've got Skulltaker having taken down Silastria, it appears. He was beating up on her. Looks like he got the kill. So yeah, see, the leadership is starting to tank a little bit on the Vampire Coast units. You can see him just clearing through all of the deckhand mobs here, finishing them up nice and quick. Heralds really haven't gotten a whole lot of value. A unit that's really good on paper, but usually in practicality is just incredibly weak for their price point. Still really want to see Blood Crushers get some extra stats, or just get a cost reduction. I feel like you can make Bloodletters like 1,400 gold. The ROR can be 1,500, and they would be pretty appropriately priced at that point. They just don't have the same impact as something like a Skull Crusher does. Specifically the ROR Skull Crushers, who have a Murderous Charge. That ability just turns them into an absolutely hilarious bowling ball type of unit through infantry. Whereas the Heralds need to grind a little bit in order for them to get value. They're good in matchups where your opponent might be bringing elite infantry that they're relying on for sustain, and the Norscan matchup is okay for the Heralds just because of the Mantle of Immolation imbuing extra fire weakness. Pretty good for factions that have a lot of regenerating units. Outside of that, though, I just kind of leave it be. You can see the Vampire Coast did win over here, but they've lost a lot in the process. They got hammered by a Sword of Khorne out on the flank earlier. Managed to grind down all the Bloodletters, but in the process of winning this trade, they haven't really succeeded anywhere else, and Khorne is rallying pretty well up to the #1 now. Bloodletters managed to make their way in and got on top of the handguns, which did get a nice volley off, but Bloodletters will kill them pretty quickly. And now the Chosen are here, and that's the real big issue. Because this one decently high health Chosen should be able to just lock this point down for the remainder of the game, while Chosen down on the low ground with 1,000 value actually have killed one of the Gunnery Wights, who still have not really contributed a whole lot. Only about 500 value on the one that is remaining. I can't imagine the other one having done a whole lot better. You just need a lot out of these guys if you're going to invest in them, because they are quite expensive. Gunnery Wights, I believe, with this kit are close to 850, 900 gold or something thereabouts. Definitely an investment in a unit that is not paying off well enough for what they need to do and what they offer. Skulltaker coming in to assist. Chosen fighting on top of Skulltaker is just impossible to break, man. You get all these leadership buffs. You've got a +12 from the Revel and Totem, and then Lord being nearby gives another 4, so 16 extra leadership. Chosen down to about a third of their HP pool, and just giving it to those Mournghouls, man. 1,600 value on the Chosen. They get all the extra stats. Totem and Frenzy and when Revel and Slaughter procs, basically making up for their exhaustion state. Silastria comes back in, and the Damn Knights Errant do get some pretty decent value here on the high ground, charging down the Chosen and Bloodletters. But Silastria gets surrounded by Fleshhounds. Fleshhounds and Furies alike are also another really good pressure tool for Silastra, because both of them are very high damage output, very high weapon strength against a 0 armor ghostly unit. So if you can get some decent engagements with them against Silastra and just surround her, she gets ripped apart pretty quickly. With all the scurvy dogs here, I think she'll survive. The Fleshhounds might go down here eventually, but it's taken a little bit longer than you would like to see. Now some more Warhounds coming in, another Bloodletter, really nice, quick infantry unit just to motor up to the number 1 and grab that. Khorne does have the objective tickets lead right now. They just need to continue holding on to that for the time being, and they should be able to round this game out in short order. Honestly, the Heralds hanging in here really nicely. That extra leadership from being by Skulltaker coming in pretty clutch. They've actually got 1400 value, which is about as good of a performance out of them for, you know, a chaff faction as you can expect from those guys, seeing as it's not usually their cup of tea. Get a nice charge onto the gunnery mobs here. Skulltaker helping clear out some bodies as well. Doing together with the Marauder throwing axes, they're going to be able to clean up these 2 chaff units, and then it's just going to be the Mournguls by themselves. Mournguls are a great unit, but they have to have support if they're going to do anything against Khorne. Otherwise, they just don't do enough damage quickly enough. They just get out-fought early, and then they falter and then dissipate. Add on to the fact that they just don't really threaten Skulltaker in any meaningful way. Skulltaker does enough damage to them, and avoids enough of a punchback from them with his physical resist, and then he's got high enough armor that he buffers out most of the non-AP damage from the Mournguls, so there's actually a lot of mitigation that he has available just to sit on top of Mournguls and grind them down. It's actually one of the things he's best at, because he does have a 61 melee attack whenever he's in combat, thanks to Revelin's Slaughter, giving him the extra 8. It's very easy to punch through the base 26 melee defense that the Mournguls have. Good summon of some Khorngors. 2 Khorngors for the high ground objective. Coming in at the right time to help clear out the Mournguls, which are trying to finish the Chosen and the Bloodletters here. Struggling mightily to accomplish this. Actually able to get a terror route on the Chosen. Very fortuitous timing on that terror route. And the Bloodletters going down at the same time, but the Khorngors do get in pretty cleanly, and you can see the Mournguls really starting to melt under the pressure of these halberd infantry. Khorngors just offers such a premium performance against large targets for really solid price point, and do have some decent abilities to keep them going. The biggest problem with Khorngors, I find, is oftentimes in matchups where there's a lot of fear and terror, they can be routed before their Fury of the Skull Throne even activates. Just because they only have 62 leadership. That can be a bit of a problem, but usually if you just have enough flank support and don't let them get rear charged, Khorngors are excellent at holding the line and providing you some opportunities to grind down large targets that otherwise could be really obnoxious to have to deal with. Oh, there was double carronade? Where the hell was the second carronade? Oh, I guess it was just off to the side. I don't know why I thought there was a mortar or something. I could have sworn I saw some shots flying in and arcing really high up. Apparently not, though. But whatever. Alright, I'm blind. What I do see here, though, is a really good Skulltaker performance. Exceptional value on this Chosen. 2,100 out of them. 1,100 on the other. Like I said, excellent backbone. The Marauder's not really doing too hot, but they got okay value. Again, I would avoid bringing a whole bunch of these guys. Really, 2 Chosen and 2 Chaos Warriors would be enough. And I would be careful about the Chaos Moorhounds. If you want to bring them as a reinforcement, yes, by all means, do so. In the opener, though, Against the Vampire Coast, they actually do run into some trouble if the gunnery mobs are out on the field, because gunnery mobs with their pistols actually do put down enough damage to keep the Chaos Warhounds from being able to close the gap early. And that can be a big problem, so just something to keep in mind for the future. Yeah, the 130 armor on Chosen is just disgusting, dude. I mean, they just... If there's not AP damage on a unit, the Chosen are just gonna laugh as they wail away at them. They are so good in sustained fights because of the Frenzy, and they have 55 melee defense. Like, Chosen of Khorne are actually one of the best defensive infantry units because their melee attack is so high. Whereas something like Nurgle Chosen with the Sword and Board tends to be a little bit ineffectual at times just because their melee attack really isn't all that good. The Khorne Chosen, you can see the difference in melee defense is quite shocking. The Nurgle Chosen have a full 10 more. You're trading that out, though, for the Frenzy, which also imbues ITP, which the Chosen of Nurgle don't have at all. So there's a little bit extra leadership protection, and then you get the benefits of the 10 melee attack, which is where their killing power comes from. They'll just clear everything out that isn't perfectly designed and suited for killing elite infantry. Give me a minute, guys. Just need to make sure that we've got... This is all fine. I'm gonna restart real quick. It might just be a weird thing with OBS and full screen compatibility. I've noticed that if I boot up OBS after I've started a game already, for whatever reason, the full screen functionality doesn't work the way it's intended to. And that can cause some weird FPS problems on my end. It's very bizarre. I'm not sure how to resolve that. I need to ask somebody a little bit more knowledgeable than myself, I guess, about it. Gonna get rid of all these. We'll start grabbing some replays so that we can jump in and get through some more games. Don't actually think Mournguls are very good. They're okay. The Mournguls actually do help against Khorne a lot just because of the terror. But if they can't terror out stuff, then that's where things get a little messy. And then if they don't have cover, they just fall apart. I can understand the statement, though, and the criticism of them, because they definitely have a lot of weaknesses that can be kind of hard to cover up with the limited Vampire Coast roster, such as it is right now. Give me a sec, let me start grabbing replays. Brett's Empire, Coast Greenskins, Dowie Bretonia. We might actually watch Dowie Bretonia because, I mean, we don't get many Bretonia players. And Dowie are definitely one of their worst matchups. I'm sure it's winnable for Bretonia, but you're gonna have to put a lot of work in to try and grind down all of those bodies. Good at cav hunting. Pretty good into cav. Their bonus versus infantry is a trap. What makes them good against cavalry? Just the weapon strength, I imagine. They do have decent melee attack. A lot of cavalry, especially shock cav, have pretty low melee defense, so I can see how they can beat up on them. Empire versus High Elves is also going to be a pretty good match. Sweet. Alright, there it is. And we've got a duplicate replay, so let's get rid of that. And let's just go ahead and jump into this. Manoft versus... oh, wait. This is the wrong matchup. I thought this was supposed to be Dowie. Apparently I'm not paying attention to what I'm clicking on. Unless you just mislabeled it, but we'll back out and we'll take a little peek and see. Tourney versus Empire is pretty even, actually. Empire can definitely shoot the Bretonnians up, but Bretonnia does win the cavalry trades usually. And Empire can really fall apart without mobility to protect their state troopers, so... When we get around to this replay, we can talk about it a little bit more. There it is. This is the game that I was wanting to cover. We've got Tort Law, great name, versus City Man. We've got Rapont, good choice for the Lord here, definitely. Excellent anti-infantry fighter. She's best on foot, honestly. Rapont's on horseback, doesn't really do a whole lot, to be honest. She can maneuver around and provide buffs a little bit better to disparate portions of the front line. But generally speaking, you just want her to kind of run in and fly under the radar and just beat the crap out of everything around her. She's got the Sword of Lioness, she's got the Fleur-de-Lis banner, which is an excellent buff tool. You sit her in a fight with something like half decent underneath her. I mean, even with the Fleur-de-Lis banner, even something like the Holy Wardens can turn into a real beast mode unit because they get such significant buffs from her. You get 10 extra melee defense and 8 more melee attack. This gets the Holy Wardens up to 43 melee defense. That's plenty to even beat up on Dowie Warriors, because Dowie Warriors really just don't put out a lot of damage in melee. Really, the thing that makes them hard to kill is just the fact that they have 85 armor and 40 melee defense.
We have a victory point.
With the extra stats, though, you turn into enough of a buzzsaw that you can pretty quickly tear through these guys. Excellent Uranans on top of the Rangers here. Green Knight occupying the Miner's attention and also taking Iron Drake fire, which he'll survive pretty easily. He's definitely going to take some damage here, but there are trees for him to run to. He can just jump in there and get Sacred Guardian going. It's a very small heal, but it's not insignificant. Over the course of a very long game on this map, he should have a pretty good time just locking things down. Slayer's starting to take some poke from the Peasant Bowman. Just one longbow here. That's fine. The Peasant Bowmen just get dunked on by Rangers anyways, and if the Dowie brought any Iron Drakes, of either variety. I mean, Iron Drakes with the flamethrowers have enough armor, they can just kind of rush in and get within range and just nuke a peasant bowman in a volley. And the Trollhammer torpedoes actually have the same range, or even outrange the peasant bowman, and these guys' explosive damage is usually enough to pretty quickly kill peasant bowmen, so going cheap on them and only bringing one just for some extra utility against slayers really is a pretty decent idea. Blessed Field Chubby Shake coming out. Interesting unit, and honestly a pretty good choice here. It's going to be able to put some pressure on the Iron Drakes with those big boulders. Can also shoot at the Rangers if need be, poke away at Slayers, just do anything and everything. It's also useful for shooting into fights your infantry are already engaged in, because the Blessed Ammunition doesn't do damage to friendlies. You see a no friendly fire tag there. It's pretty awesome. Rapunzel's spending a lot of time fighting Dowie warriors right now. She should definitely, what Cityman should do, yeah, just push her through and get her on top of the Iron Drakes here. No, 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 please no. Going for the snipe on the Dowie Lord, not super important. Shutting down the Iron Drakes in the range is way more important early when you're fighting the Dowie, because if you can force the Dowie into a prolonged melee grind against you, they fall apart. The Dowie suffer tremendously from lacking good DPS infantry. Like, Slayers are decent against large stuff, yeah, and you've got Doomseekers, but those are both quite expensive options. And they do have major drawbacks with the zero armor. Neither of them are very resilient. So really it comes down to Dowie range tools surviving and somehow finding a way to keep back your opponent's pressure. Is usually how the Dowie end up winding games out. You can see the Bretonnians' lack of solid infantry starting to come in and cause some serious issues. You do have a nice dive out here with questing knights, ripping apart some miners and securing this low ground objective, but the Dowie have been holding it for so long now. They're doing a pretty decent job of staying in front of the Bretonnians here. They've also got the #1 objective. #2 is being held by Bretonnia. Decently placed Uranans, but some pretty good micro to try and avoid this from Tort. Just manages to get his units out of the line of fire. It's actually Comet of Cassandora getting a little bit of a poke in there. Nothing too serious, though. The spell resistance on the Dowie units coming in pretty clutch here to survive the outer radius damage there. Organ Gun goes down. Big loss for the Dwarves. Organ Guns are a little too short range, I think, for their cost. It can be a little ineffectual, I find. They put out a lot of good damage, but it can be a little bit difficult to protect them. Really just basic cannons are the best way to go for the Dwarves, because they're just so long range. They get so much extra time to address anything that might be coming in, and they can just kind of sit back within range of their spawn zone, so if anything does start to close the gap, you can bring, like, Giant Slayers or, like, Grim Delvers out of spawn points and much more easily deal with your opponent's backline pressure. Questing Knights going a little too ham here. I mean, diving the Rangers isn't bad, but these Giant Slayers are right next door, and they are ripping the Questing Knights to bits right now. Plus, you got the Grim Delvers on the off angle, who are getting some pretty decent value against them.
The enemy has slain our lord.
So, bit of a problem for the Dwarves, but it looks like the Green Knight actually was able to get the kill on the Dowie Lord here. Rapunzel's helping out a little bit there, too. Green Knight does go down, though, which is, you know, annoying, but it's a lot of value tied up in him specifically. Bretonnia has mostly secured the wins that they need here. They still got to get rid of these Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes. Kill the Grim Delvers somehow, but there's just not a whole lot of shooting on the field for the Dowie. The Holy Wardens are going to be able to very quickly kill these Slayers, and even dunk on the Giant Slayers when they rally back to the objective here. Peasant Bowmen doing their thing. Another whiff on the comets. Those have been very inaccurate. The thing about Comet of Cassandora is that the bombardment area is actually a little bit random. Like, you put it in a pretty tight radius in a circle, but it does scatter outside of the circle usually. It never hits in the very center of where you're trying to place the radius for it. It can be a little bit lackluster for that reason. If you're gonna use Comet, you need to use it on pretty large, like, blobs of units, and usually groups of units that are already engaged in melee combat, just so your opponent has a harder time actually dodging the bombardment. It takes a long time to channel and then land. There's usually enough time for most people to get out of the way. More Giant Slayers on the way in. They're not going to do well against Foot Squires. It's going to be a bit of a bloodbath for both of them. I believe Giant Slayers, like, win the fight, but they take a lot of damage, and they're almost twice the cost of a Foot Squire, so Bretonnia can just get these Foot Squires to grind in against the Dowie Giant Slayers, and maybe even find a way to attack the Grim Delvers and get on top of them. Dowie will have a pretty hard time holding on to the points. They do have the number 1 still. I mean, they're just grinding away on that, doing what they can to hold. I do get a little bit of a push onto the number 3. Minor unit is finally able to break through and start grabbing that point. Here comes the Foot Squire versus the Giant Slayer matchup. Not a lot of supporting firepower here to help out. Really good pressure on the Grim Delvers with that Blessed Field Trebuchet. Excuse me. 1,400 value on the Blessed Field Trebuchet. It's doing a lot to keep Bretonnia in this game, considering they are down in value right now. And struggling pretty badly, I would say. They've got this big blob here that's been holding the Dowie back off of the number 1 and keeping them from reinforcing, but that's all going down now. Knights Errant pulling out. You can see the Holy Wardens on their last legs here. Rapon's killing the Grim Delvers is a massive win. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis also assisting. You can see here, though, Giant Slayer is actually doing a lot better than I remember them doing into Foot Squires. Pretty impressive, actually. Able to win that fight fairly decisively, a little bit more than I was expecting. Gonna be really scary now for Bretonnia trying to re-secure a triple cap, basically. They are going to retake the number 1, but the Dwarves do have enough here to just start motoring up, and they'll be able to re-secure that fairly quickly. Bretonnia's going to have to answer with some infantry. And that's always their fail point, man. If you just can't get decent bodies out on the field and control space with your Knights Errant and Knights of the Realm as Bretonnia, the matchups just become infinitely harder for you. Foot Squires trundling into combat a little bit out of sorts. They are able to get some bodies on top of the Iron Drakes here. Might be able to clean this unit up finally. This Iron Drake is just about paid for itself. Nothing too tremendous in terms of value. Same with the other one. It's just been fairly solid. Oftentimes, it's all you need from the Dwarves, though. You don't need any hero performances. You just need as much cost-effective trading as possible. Because your units have such good leadership, Dowie play the points really well as long as they're not getting just totally outmaneuvered and outmanned. Field Trebuchet with a really nice boulder getting in there against those Rangers. Clearing a few of them out. We've got some rallying Knights Errant here, going to be charging down this very battered Ranger. Don't know if they'll be able to finish these guys, but it looks like they could. Get a really nice charge home against them, and they do break the leadership there. These 5 Iron Drakes with their 200 HP just sitting in here, and somehow continuing to shoot, acquire a little bit more value. You can see that Bretonnia loses their presence up here on the high ground, and the Giant Slayers are going to grab the number 1. Slayers getting shot by Peasant Bowmen. The Peasant Bowmen have been okay, but just not doing enough work for Bretonnia. Yeah, the Knights Errant out here are scrapping against the Giant Slayers, getting a little bit of sandwich action with the questing Knights, but once these Giant Slayers start standing up, you'll see them very quickly chopping down these cavalry. You can see how quickly just 1 or 2 attacks is all it takes for a Giant Slayer to kill these guys. The Knights Errant are going to break. I really wouldn't expect the questing Knights to even be able to finish these guys. I mean, it's 1,200 HP. The Giant Slayers are on their last legs, but they are pretty nasty, even at low HP. Particularly against their optimal targets, of course. And they have 1,700 value here, which is damn impressive. Giant Slayers up top with 1,100. Foot Squires versus Slayers not even going all that well. The Slayers obviously being unbreakable is really nice, but they're doing a decent amount of damage to this Foot Squire, even with the 70 armor on these guys. That's that big weapon strength total, I guess. They really are able to hammer home pretty decently against them. Gives enough time for a Dowie Warrior to get up on the number 2. And the cap weight is going to be such a problem here now. You're not keeping the bodies back. The Dowie are established on these points, and you just don't have enough on the field to be able to push them off before this game winds out. Especially considering it's triple cap here. Getting a little bit of cap weight up on the number 1 is Bretonnia. Might be able to resecure this. Very doubtful, though, they'll be able to take the number 3 and the number 2 in time. The number 2 especially will be more than enough for the Dowie to just bunker up on and grind this clock out, because I believe, yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, triple cap is more than enough right now. Even if Bretonnia were able to secure the outer 2 objectives right now at the same time, Dowie would be able to hold up on the middle here and just grind this one out. Good blasting charge volleys from these miners here at the end of the game. Struggling a little bit early on, but able to get some good charges in against this position of Foot Squires. Lowering the leadership, doing some nice damage, making it a little bit harder for Bretonnia to get momentum pushing down the hill. We'll just kind of let it wind out here. More Foot Squires coming in, but they just haven't been cost-effective at all this game. I guess Rapun's got some decent value, but maybe she just wasn't supporting the front line enough. Getting after the Iron Drakes is just such an important thing to do against the Dwarves. If they're out on the field, they just hammer so hard. You can't leave Iron Drakes unattended at all. Such a dangerous, fairly inexpensive unit for the Dowie that using Rapun's to kind of chase them down is the right call, but that does mean that your infantry are going to perform a little bit worse without the banner available to them. Maybe some more Battle Pilgrims could help. There's been a lot of cavalry, and non-AP cavalry against the Dowie just really don't do a whole lot. Like, you can hammer down Rangers, and that's great, but Rangers are really cheap, so Dowie can replace those losses fairly well, and if you can't kill the Rangers and preserve a bunch of HP on your Knights, then it's a bit of a nil trade, and usually a down trade against you. Because Knight Errant, I believe, is 700 gold, and then the Rangers are 525, I believe. Even with optimal engagements, the Knights Errant are going to be leaving a lot of damage on the table against all of the armor that miners and Dowie warriors have. And just forget about it if they get trapped on top of a Slayer or a Giant Slayer. That is where a decent amount of the value for the Dowie came from. I mean, these Giant Slayers both paid for themselves, and one of them uptraded really nicely. Good value on the Grim Delvers. The one Slayer that came out from reserves did decently, and the 2 in the starting army were very impactful. Organ Gun died a little early, but was doing pretty decent damage before it went down. Blasting charges with great value here, as you can see. Yeah, it does look like the Rangers were a little bit inefficient this game. But again, you're sending all your cavalry back there to try and clean them up, and then they get dragged down by a bunch of other stuff and just don't perform as cost effectively as you need them to. So you just run out of momentum eventually. All these Pegasus Knights, I know you want to I know you want to control the air a little bit. You need to be prepared for gyros. But I don't know, dude. If you're gonna bring this many characters, I just don't think you need to bring the Green Knight. If you're gonna bring some like non-Lewin type of characters in a little squad, then I think instead of the Green Knight, you should just get a Paladin on the Pegasus. Because him and one Pegasus Knight would actually be able to control the air pretty well, especially with a Heavens Caster. Spamming the lore passive, which lowers speed and melee defense of air units, can actually catch the gyros fairly easily at that point and really put some serious damage down on them. Because Paladins do have decent damage output just flying around, and they're dirt cheap at 875 gold. Just send them flying around and beating up on any flyers that come in, and Skyhammer Squadron will suffer against the Paladin. Gyrocopters have a pretty hard time shooting him because they don't do that much damage to single entities. Plus, he's pretty quick and flighty. You can do a little bit of back and forth maneuvering and avoid a lot of the shots. And then you don't have to go so deep into the Pegasus Knights. This is just a really hard matchup, though, for the Dwarves, because, I mean, what do you really bring, man? I mean, you bring all these field trebuchets if you want, but they will lose to Dowie cannons. If the Dowie just bring one cannon, they'll be able to kill multiple trebuchets, because trebuchets cannot hit enemy artillery at all because of how inaccurate they are. Dowie cannons are exceptionally accurate, and they will very quickly snipe these guys out, so can't go too heavy into trebuchets. Can't go heavy into your mobility, which is obviously the strong point of the faction. Your ranged is very flimsy here, so you can't really rely on your yeoman archers or peasant bowmen. And then your infantry, it just has awful cap weight, or is just like mediocre at best, like the foot squires. So there's just not enough answers all the way around for Bretonnia there, but it's a really good scrap from City Man. Maybe with a few adjustments you can beat that particular Dowie build, but it's an uphill grind no matter what. That's right. I forgot about the slows on Morn Ghouls. Okay. It's that Dowie leadership, dude. I mean, seriously, they just, they take a beating, they keep on ticking, and they come back in the late game and they just smash you. Because you're either too gassed to keep them off the points, or they just overwhelm you, and, with firepower early, and you never even get up to the points. It's usually how losses to the Dowie go. Let's get a couple more of these replays in here. See if anything grabs our attention. Empire versus Warriors of Chaos. Norska versus Empire is pretty fun. It's actually a fairly even matchup. Empire can really bully Norska with good shooting. But if Norska is able to close ground, they wreck state troopers and gun lines with some good Sea Fangs and Burning Heads, which we do have both of here, so we'll definitely get around to this one eventually. The temptation to watch some Beastmen is a little bit too much for me. So we've got Kintama helming the Beastmen here. We've got Random Cuban playing Warriors of Chaos pretty regularly. Gonna be rocking Archeon, Soul of Damnation, some Warriors, some Armored Trolls. Armored Chaos Trolls not bad against the Beastmen, but gotta be a little careful with these Trolls, because Beastmen do have pretty decent access to Terror. They've got quite a few Lords and single entities that are also pretty good against those guys. Like a Gorbel, just assisting some Ungor herd and fighting a Chaos Armored Troll is actually going to be a pretty tough fight for those guys. Gorbel's damage output is just insane against large targets. Should be able to support pretty nicely against those armored boys. It is nice, though, to have some resilience versus the Ungor Raiders. Ungor Raiders are a pretty common sight on the Beastman side of things. They provide some pretty good value, provided they don't just get absolutely nailed by spells like Burning Head. So Archeon's going to need to be on top of that early. So Malagor is flying in really deep. I think just threatening to go after the Soul of Damnation. Got some Harpies moving in. They're going to be trying to kill the Soul of Damnation crew, but it's going to be a bit of a waste, honestly. Forsaken are just going to kill these Harpies so fast. And you can see the Soul of Damnation. Because it's popped a Soul Devourer, it's firing extra fast. It's whiffing tons of shots on the Harpies. Honestly, might just be worth it in the future to just have the Harpies hover out in the middle distance. And just let your opponent shoot the Harpies if he's going to actually commit to that. Better than watching your Ungor herd and Bestigors get hammered by that big artillery piece, and then just losing the Harpies for free. They just aren't going to do anything to the Forsaken. Beautiful Burning Head on the Ungor herd. It might even hit the other Ungor herd down here. The pathing looking a little bit unfavorable for that. Clips the edge of the formation, does a little bit of damage. Also roasts the Chaos Warriors some, but they've got 100 armor. They don't mind too much. It's going to be a pretty brutal fight for the Beastmen on the number 3 objective. It's going to be a very quick fight in favor of the Warriors of Chaos. Oh man, the Butch is a Kalkengard just getting swarmed here. I mean, they're a really strong, solid unit, but they just cannot be allowed to get double teamed like this. This is just a disaster. They have to have more support than this. They need a little bit more underfoot if they're going to be doing well. They do get a Minotaur Great Weapon moving in off the flank, though, and this might be the ticket to saving these guys. They've taken a lot of damage in the process, but they do have 12 models left. They do regen, so they've got that going for them, and now the Bestigor herd are underneath. It might actually be enough to keep the Hellstriders from grinding in against the Minotaur Great Weapons. They're actually going to be pulling out and going after the Ungor Raiders now, and a Burning Head did just go down from Archeon, so there's no spellcasting onto the Ungor Raiders for the time being. Bestigor herd moving in as the Ungor herd gets pushed off by the Chaos Warriors, and these Chaos Warriors nice and tired out now. Bestigor herd very fresh, going to get a decisive win here. Could continue to follow up by clearing out the other Marauders here. Warriors of Chaos have on the field. Brutal friendly fire damage from the Soul of Damnation. It's honestly done more harm than good up to this point. Synagor is getting macerated by the Hellstriders. Really ugly fight for Synagors. They just don't do very well into the anti-large cavalry of Slaanesh here. But the Minotaurs get a nice charge in, and they are able to help clean up the Hellstriders before they're able to finish off the Synagor unit. Does look like the Butchers of Kalkengard are able to hold in here with the assistance of Gorbel and Malagor. Getting a lot of leadership buffs. They're able to weather all of the armored trolls there. Armored troll leadership, obviously very poor at a base of 45. being pushed back and not doing too hot. And now Archeon is getting a little bit too crazy for his own good. Oh my god, and gets sandwiched from the other side with the Minotaur Great Weapons all over him. Barely able to find a little pathway out, but running into more Minotaurs and actually getting stuck back into combat. Big disaster here in the making for Random Cuban. I mean, doing okay in the value trading, but losing almost all of his infantry, and Armored Trolls barely hanging on. Soul of Damnation has not gotten any value so far. Is a really nice tool, but artillery by itself is not going to win you a match ever. Archeon is barely able to squeak away. Just a win. You know, you've definitely got a little bit of a way to maybe salvage this game now for Random Cuban. You have the Bestigor herd just getting absolutely canned by the Soul of Damnation right now. They did get 950 value, though, so they're fairly close to paying for themselves. I would say that's decent enough performance from them to give the Beastmen a little bit of time and momentum. Number one objective being worked on. Senegors intercepting some throwing axes, doing a little bit of damage to them. We got these guys routing back now, though. Butchers of Kalkengard holding so well, and the Minotaurs all together just keeping the Armored Trolls from being able to get any kind of value whatsoever. They haven't really done anything outside of those opening moments where they had the double team on the Butchers going for them. So the Minotaur Great Weapons is 1,600 value. Butchers of Kalkengard not far behind with 1,200. Malagor has 863, and Gorbulk with probably close to 1,000, I would guess. Spot on, man. All of these guys plus Bestigors going to the number one objective. Perfect idea. That's the way you need to handle this right now. You just having a hard time getting rid of the Soul of Damnation right now. It's doing a lot of damage to you on the number 3, making it very hard to secure that point. So just maneuver elsewhere and grab the outside objective that's outside the zone of control of this artillery piece. Harpy does get in on the crew here. I don't know if they'll have the damage output, though, to finish these guys off. Harpies do have decent weapon strength. Do hit pretty hard against low armor, but the melee attack is really bad. It's always been the thing that's held Harpies back from being a cost-effective unit. We got Forsaken from both sides getting in. And we do have the crew retreating. There's enough Chaos Dowie crewmen to be able to get back on that in a moment. But Kentama is starting to really overlap Random Cuban in value. And Archeon continues to have to flee for his life from the Gorbul and the Butchers of Kalkengard here. You know, they took a hammering in the early game, but they do have good leadership with the regen and 7 models. That should be enough. Usually the way the Butchers die early is you let them get double teamed and then they rout and then your opponent just chases them down and kills them on the retreat. But if you can just salvage them with a little bit of HP and some models to spare, usually they're very, very solid into the late game, despite what damage they may have taken early on. Malagor landing in here is a bit of a risk, and then you get some Hellstriders coming in with Forsaken and Chaos Warhounds to quickly answer here, so a bit of a trap coming in. Whereas of Chaos getting a really nice surround on some critical targets. Doing a good job of wearing all this stuff down, too. Butchers probably going to be on their way out. They're down to the last 3 models, only 500 HP, thereabouts remaining. Nice attempt on the Burning Head, but the Bestigors maneuver around it. It is going to hit the Senegor throwing axes, though, and also roast some of these Corngors. And they are both pretty spread out units, so area of effect not getting a good concentrated effect on these guys. It is going to be dissipating out without getting too much value for poor Archeon. He's gotten about 2,000 HP, but that's a little bit on the lower end for what you need from him. Archeon is a very expensive character, usually needing around 3,000 value for him to be truly worth it, I would say. He's going to get surrounded by more Minotaurs. There are also a bunch of Corngors in underneath him, going to be chipping away at that HP very aggressively, and I think he's going to be on his way out here. Synagor throwing axes, running away from the Hellstriders. Very hard to escape Hellstriders, obviously. 100 speed just makes it, honestly, not even worth it oftentimes. Usually it's just best to get some kind of quick response unit out to try and move in to support your unit as you just turn about face and just try and outlast them. Hellstriders don't have great stats. It's really their bonus versus large and charge bonus that does them the most amount of damage. Once they're fighting off of their melee attack and melee defense, they usually start to trade pretty poorly. You get a nice response here with a bunch of Chaos Warhounds and Harpies moving in. Synagors were barely able to stay apace of these Hellstriders. Hellstriders were able to drag some of them down, but really good work by Kintama to keep a number of these guys alive. Razorgore Chariots coming out, and it does look like the Soul of Damnation crew ended up going down. I missed what ended up killing them.
I knew it.
Regardless, Beastman was just a really solid hold on all three objectives here by the end of the game. These Razorgore Chariots are so nasty against stuff like Forsaken. See, Forsaken are really good shock infantry, and they're really good against Centaurs, but the Razorgore Chariots with their weapon strength and charge bonus just dunk on Forsaken, because the Forsaken have pretty limited HP for the number of models that they have. It's not terrible, but it does leave them vulnerable to shock damage, and especially AP shock damage. These Razorgore Chariots just destroy infantry at the best of times. In the Forsaken, with how tightly packed their ranks are, Razorgore Chariots just love flattening those units. They just demolish them. It's not fair at all, hardly. It'd be very hard to shut down the Razorgore Chariots for the Warriors of Chaos, because Hellstriders can surround and do good damage to these things, but they have 110 armor also, so they have a little bit of time to work with usually before they go down, and you can usually throw out some mobility to kind of salvage them. Really solid performance here. Limited numbers of infantry, but, you know, Beastmen can get away with it because of how good their mobile units are. They were just able to outpace the damage from everything other than the Soul of Damnation, but it still didn't do all that hot because of all the pressure that it had to constantly answer for. It kept having to drop the artillery piece and run away. When it was able to get recrewed, Harpies were landing on it, and then he had to like allocate a bunch of Forsaken to defend the back line. That gave time for Kintama to wear out all of the Warriors of Chaos forces on the middle. Let's get some Norsca Empire action going. There's two things that you can do with spellcasting as Norsca against the Empire. You can either go for the Burning Head casters, either the Marauder Shaman, or you can do the Famir, which is what Kramer is going for, which isn't a bad call because all the Empire shooting, obviously. Either go for clearing out all the state troopers, and then whatever missile units might be vulnerable to Burning Head, like Hawk and Long Rifles, or crossbows, Huntsmen, and the like are pretty weak to it. No, the Ironsides can take damage from Burning Head, but actually have some armor to survive it. You can either go for that strategy, or you go for Searing Doom, or a Famir with the Shadows magic. And you try and wear out all of the cavalry for the Empire. Because the Empire do have Knights of the Blazing Sun. And then just like massive swarms of Empire Knights can also be a bit of a problem for Norsca. Because Norsca does have pretty light armor across the board for the most part. You can bring Marauder Champions against the Empire, but Hawklands and some of the other missile units for the Empire can wear them out pretty quickly. So you do see a lot of Berserkers typically Lots of Marauders, of course, also. And Empire Knights and Knights of the Blazing Sun can really hammer not just these guys, but also any unarmored Skin Wolves that come out. And Skin Wolves, they can falter a little bit against heavy cavalry with decent armor values. Plus, you've got to contend with the flaming attacks on these Knights of the Blazing Sun, which can be a real pain. Elspeth von Draken is here. Really, what Elspeth should be doing is looking for opportunities to just destroy Wulfric with her Coruscating Blast. It does filthy damage to him. I mean, like, one good Coruscating Blast on Wulfric will take him down to about half HP. And then she can just land and get a couple of hits in and just rout him off the field. It's a very brutal engagement. The Marauder Horsemasters are going to have to do all of the screening here against her, because that's really the only thing available to the Norska to keep her at bay. Keeping them back and away from the pressure of the crossbows is definitely the right call here. The crossbows have not moved up aggressively at all. Camera is going for a very defensive formation. I would say this is maybe a little bit too spread out. You really want to concentrate bowfire, just because it doesn't have a ton of AP. Crossbows have better AP than most. It's not that big of a problem right now, but especially when your state troopers are fighting against units that are just going to beat them in a head-to-head, especially Berserkers and Norscan Marauders. You need to get these guys forward quickly and really chip them down before they get the Rage going. Because if Rage and Berserk are able to build up to full capacity, the Norscan infantry are going to get an obscene amount of extra value that you just can ill afford to allow them to get. Because you just don't have the level of cost effectiveness in the infantry trading game to be able to weather that. You really need to rely on these crossbowmen to clean up the Marauders and the Berserkers before they're able to kill all your state troops, and then you're forced into, like, late game bad engagements as you just run out of steam. Knights of the Blazing Sun are also getting countercharged by Skin Wolves, and then also fighting toe-to-toe against the Marauder Berserkers. And while they do have good armor, the Knights, Marauder Berserkers do have enough AP and good enough melee attack that they are punching in pretty effectively against the Knights here. You can see those guys trying to pull back, but the Skin Wolves are in pursuit now. Skin Wolves are an amazing pursuit unit because of how quick they are. They just wear on cavalry so fast. They can drag them down on the retreat pretty effectively. Now that they're in this back line, too, they're going to be able to keep the Outriders shut down. They'll also be able to jump on top of the crossbowmen. We've got Norscan Ice Wolves pushing around the flank. And an Empire Knight will be able to answer the Norscan Ice Wolves, but it's the only melee cavalry on the field now for the Empire, and they invested into these War Wagon Mortars. Plus, you got Hammer of the Witches coming out really early. I would like to see a choice of either one or the other, instead of going for both here when you're playing against such an aggressive faction. Elspeth has also not been used very aggressively up to this point, being a little too conservative with her. Not really looking for the Wulfric snipes. Like, the Horsemasters have been used really well to screen her, but only just now is she doing anything of any real importance. She's able to terror out the Skin Wolves and keep those guys occupied, but in the meantime, a full rush is developing out here on the number 3, with Norska just flooding through all of their Marauder Berserkers and baseline Marauder units to get that point as well. Empire fully pressed back, down in value. A lot of the crossbows are gone. Like, one crossbow basically fully dead, other one very beat up. The third one is hanging in there pretty decently, but the ground is being closed on them pretty quickly with the Berserkers starting to scream in from the flank. Outriders are in here. chipping away, doing what they can. Wolfric could drop a Sea Fang on this crossbow unit if they just stop and get set up. And really, Kramer should just be hiding Wolfric in the trees right now, just to keep him safe and alive. Diving back here with Wolfric is not a good idea. He's just way out of position. Empire Knights are able to surround him. This is where the way you get back into this game is to get your Lord up in the air. Elspeth just motors over to get Coruscating Blast in on Wolfric, try and drag him down and kill him, instead of fighting all these Skin Wolves and the Norscan Ice Wolves for the time being. If you're able to get the snipe on Wolfric here, leadership for the Norscan is going to be pretty atrocious in the late game, because Ice Wolves only have a base value of 45, Skin Wolves have 60, but with a minus 16 leadership penalty, starts to get really scary, and if you can just keep her on the field, you might be able to find a way back into this one, but it's going to just continue to get worse and worse here. See, Norsca really starting to overlap the Empires. They've got the crossbowmen shut down. The war wagons have taken a bunch of unnecessary damage. Camera is just a little bit overwhelmed here. Played his hand a little too loosey-goosey by bringing in all the artillery too close together. You should be looking to summon this artillery in once you've got a very well-secured position on the battlefield. And the Empire didn't secure any of their positions. Really, what they should have done with how many Norscan infantry units were on the field early, and with how overmatched Empire State Troopers tend to be in these kinds of games, secure your number 3 objective, set up a defensive line off of the point, get your crossbows on the blue line, have your state troopers just buffering up around where the red lines are, and just poke away and try and force the Norscans to have to advance towards you, and then you can force the overextends that you're looking for, and you can punish with your Empire Knights. Then you build up your artillery behind that, and you start to break leadership and shoot down Norscan Marauder Horsemen and poke Skin Wolves that are on the way in trying to respond. Maybe get a snipe on Wolfric if he's being a little bit haphazard and hanging out in the open field a little too long. Stuff like that is what you really need to be looking for, instead of just trying to face check Norsca, because that's never going to work as the Empire with what you had available here. And the Hammer of the Witches was doing okay, but it just gets jumped on by Norscan Ice Wolf now. It's probably going to be going down pretty quickly. Crew's hanging on pretty nicely so far, but it's just a very foreboding engagement. Another Norscan Ice Wolf unit is also trying to close the gap here. Empire Knights do run down some Marauders, but Norscan Marauder Horse Masters are jumping back out of the trees now, trying to get away from this other Empire Knight that's been fighting in the forest this whole time. Finally get the Coruscating Blast, and you see the damage that it does. Look at that, dude. Half health Wolfric goes down to 500 HP and breaks immediately. Elspeth immediately jumping up to 2300 value. That probably netted her about 600-700 value alone. It's just a shame that it comes a little bit too late, because you're down almost 3,900 value, and Elspeth herself has been getting beaten up pretty badly here. She's just not hanging in well. She's got 200 HP and no uses of Death's Timekeeper left, so no more heals for her. She's just going to be routing off the field from this point. If she doesn't get outright killed, I would be looking to get the Marauder Horsemasters around to intercept her on a retreat path and try and just finish her off with the javelins right now. Empire Knights are fighting decently on the number 1, but there's more Skin Wolves coming in. There's just so many of those guys, and a nice Burning Head on the Sternland's Revenge, wearing those guys down. Few Marauder Berserkers hanging around. Some more Norscan Marauders hanging out on far side of the number 3 objective, getting hit by the War Wagon fire. War Wagons with the mortars with a whopping 200 value. Spent most of this game getting beat up and running away, so it's been a little bit unfortunate for the Empire in terms of their value trading. out of these things. They just haven't been able to find a safe position. Hammer of the Witches is gone too. Norse Ice Wolves do get dragged down by spearmen and swordsmen. Still having a hard time getting the crossbows in order, though. They're just all out of sorts right now. And that's going to be a dub for the Norskins. Very good pressure. Good patience before pushing the Empire's home objective. Kind of waiting for the maximum amount of pain to be inflicted out here on the middle objective, and then just going for the kill by pushing out on the home and forcing the Empire to split their pretty meager reserves between the two objectives, and neither of them working out for the Empire. Just a little too spread out. Not consolidated enough. Not forcing Norska to overextend at any point. Playing a little bit too heavily into Norska's own game plan. We watched Nurgle. Did you send me a Nurgle replay? Where are you at? Okay, we got some, here we go. Here's some Nurgle games. I'm gonna drop them in my folder and we can get to them. Let's start with this Bretonnia Nurgle game. Bretonnia definitely has some tools to scrap against Nurgle, but Nurgle's big monsters and then Tamarcon in general tend to be a little bit rough overall for the Bretonians to have to engage against. The Noxbringer just shuts down Peasant Archers and Mounted Yeomen, just easy peasy. There's really no contest in that respect. We're going to watch this Noxbringer just absolutely pound these poor peasant longbows, probably, and rout them very early on in this match. It's a nice open flat map, though. Tourney should be able to hit and run with their cavalry really nicely, so they've got that going for them. I do like the choice of Empire to just start off on one side and pick one objective to scrap over with the limited numbers and just immediately secure, and then play the long game with the big single entity artillery piece. It's also nice to have terror-causing monsters against Bretonnia for obvious reasons, because all these men-at-arms and the peasant mobs that aren't near the Grail Relics are going to be incredibly vulnerable to insta-routes from the terror-causing monster. Khorne Soul Grinders are actually really good against Bretonnia for that same reason. The Khorne Soul Grinder is excellent for routing peasant mobs and the men-at-arms. If your opponent brings something like Battle Pilgrims, Warriors of Chaos usually have the tools to be able to answer stuff like that, because you just bring Chaos Warriors at that point. And bringing the Great Weapons is almost always the way to go, because Chaos Warrior Great Weapons are just such a tough unit for Bretonnia to clear out, because they can get hammered by cavalry, but if the cavalry gets stuck on Chaos Warrior Great Weapons, they falter very quickly because of the AP damage on these guys. Even with the relatively low melee attack, they're usually able to surround enough of the knights to really poke them down. Very wild dive back here. Whoops. I really don't agree with this dive, Empire. It's one blessed field trebuchet. They can be really annoying, they can definitely do quite a bit of damage, but this is two throwing axes, and they both came in from the same angle, and one Questing Knight intercepts them and is going to be able to chase them both off the field. One of them is functionally dead already, and the other one is what your opponent should just focus on chasing. It does look like City Man is making the right call. There's a really nice micro from Bretonnia early. missing some shots, but is hammering the Peasant Bowman decently enough right now. Bit of a whiff there again. Unfortunate misses from the big boy here. I'm going to need to restart the game. It's starting to jitter a little bit again. Tamer Khan is fighting all by himself as well, and Lewin versus Tamer Khan is usually pretty even in terms of melee fights go, just because Tamer Khan is unbreakable. He can get a lot of healing, obviously. It's a little bit vulnerable with the low armor. Lewin, any little bit of extra damage helps with all the poison that's going on. You can see a lot of that AP damage and the base values being mitigated by that poison and the Rotting Host. He needs every little bit he can get, so using the Sword of Corone here to lower the armor by another 30 means that Lewin is getting a huge leg up in the weapon strength game with his stats. Kind of overwhelming Tamer Khan while he was at almost 0 melee defense. Because Sword of Corone lowers by 24 as well, I believe, yeah. So, he puts the moves on Tammy early. Tammy is just running away for now, trying to find some safety with some of the bodies nearby. Definitely could just do to pull him in around on top of this Chaos Warrior of Nurgle. Hang out with those guys. Should be pretty forbidding for Lewin at that point, but Lewin does have bigger fish to fry. It's on top of the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle, who's getting absolutely clowned on. You gotta be really careful with the Chaos Sorcerers for this reason. They don't have ITP or anything. 60 leadership is pretty good. They're okay duelist characters against anything other than guys like Lewin. Lewin is just gonna feast on this poor fool's soul. That's going to be a huge loss for Nurgle, obviously, because that's all your healing. No Rancid Visitations either. And the Chosen of Nurgle, and the Marauders, and the Chaos Warriors, and Tamer Khan could really do with a little bit of healing. It'd just be nice to be able to drop like a nice overcasted heal on top of all these units just to keep them at max efficiency. It's a really good attack out here with the Questing Knight surrounding the Noxbringer. Without the throwing axes to kind of peel for this fight over here, you're starting to see the Bretonnians massively overwhelming the Nurgle forces. There's not enough Chaos Warrior great weapons on the field to fully saturate the objectives and keep the Bretonnians back. You had those massive casualties early diving the Blessed Field Trebuchet. Think of it this way, this Blessed Field Trebuchet in all the time that it has been shooting has 400 value, and you lost 1,300 value diving it. So really it's gotten about, 1,700 value because of things that you did to provide Bretonnia with the leg up in this game. If you had those 2 extra horsemen, you could be up here with all 3 of them, focus firing both of these infantry units. And I know they're just men-at-arms, but any little bit to wear them out would help. Plus, you could also be maneuvering over here to answer the Questing Knights who are poking down the Noxbringer, which could free up some extra damage. That could be firing into these infantry blobs as well. You do have quite a few of those going on. You've got all these infantry that are blobbed up here for Bretonnia. You've got this position here. Noxbringer being free to fire at both of these positions. Not just with the explosive damage that it does, but also the Vortex being focused in and hitting like multiple units at once would be absolutely devastating. Chosen of Nurgle and the Chaos Warriors fighting with Tamer Khan. Tamer Khan does get his fleshy abundance. The Chaos Sorcerer is able to rally for a moment and drop the heal. Also able to get on the Blessed Field Trebuchet crew. Nothing to really stop this guy from going crazy right now. City Man is racking up a ton of supplies. Maybe planning on bringing in a Grail Knight or a Hippogriff or something. Not sure what he's got reserved, but just something right out of this spawn to finish off the Chaos Sorcerer and then rally up to help finish off Tamer Khan and then cycle charge some of these remaining Marauders, and the Chaos Warriors and Chosen would be really good. Or maybe coming out to finish the Noxbringer and the Marauder Horseman on the other side of the field here. Excuse me. 1100 for the Noxbringer, but the Questing Knights with a much better performance at 1400 there, looking real good, real solid right now. Field Trebuchet gets shut down, but the Chaos Sorcerer gets routed, and the Field Trebuchet crew will rally fairly soon and be able to get back on that. They'll be able to fire into the infantry blob here and really help clean out a lot of these bodies. Very concentrated position for Nurgle. It's pretty much all that remains. You can see the Marauder Horsemen getting hammered by Grail Knights from the flank, running into the Companions of Quenelle as well, and running out of room to maneuver around the Bowmen also. So value is evened up a little bit, but I think that's pretty deceptive. I think a lot of that value has been acquired by beating the crap out of Lewin. Tammy did get a heal, and Lewin has been engaged for a long time grinding against Tammy. He's probably going to get the kill here anyways. God, dude, the frame rate's tanking like crazy right now. Lewin, does he have his heal going right now? No, it looks like Lewin did break, so he lost the Ladies Champion, which is a bit of a pain, but even if you lose Lewin here, Tamercon is on his last leg. His ability procs and goes down. Bretonia's going to actually fold here, really? I guess with Lewin dying and the value being equalized a little bit, yeah, you're going to have... I mean, Lewin does die, so you've got all your peasants going to be routing. You've still got such a healthy Grail Knight, though. There's going to be leadership problems for... I think that Bretonia needed to play that out. That was a very salty concede. I think City Man could have weathered this. It would have been really painful. It wouldn't have been easy. You just play a little bit more carefully with Lewin around Tamercon. Like, when Tamercon got that big heal, just pull Lewin out, let Tammy heal up, fine, whatever, I missed my opportunity to finish him. Use Lewin to just rotate out and finish off the Noxbringer. It's just too much canoodling about with these questing knights on the Noxbringer. They did a ton of damage, but they didn't have the heavy lifting capability to finish this big boy off. It eventually just finds a way to secure its own position, getting very lucky with being fully surrounded by an AP cavalry. Usually doesn't work out too well for it, but in this case it was able to weather that and going to start dropping some ridiculously powerful shots in here. So that's just a big ouchies. A couple of small unforced errors there from the Bretonian side of things, ending up losing them this game, I would go so far as to say. The reinforcements are nice, but I would think about getting, like, maybe one Empire, not Empire Knight, but, Knight of the Realm in here. Just for a nice shielded, anti-large unit that can, like, give the Marauder Horsemen a run for their money. Knights of the Realm just crush Marauder Horsemen if they are able to catch them. You got rid of them early on, but they started getting resummoned out, and they were being a little bit of a nuisance. Plus, you can use Knights of the Realm to, like, run down Pestigors and Marauders pretty easily. You can use your Questing Knights and Grail Knights to, like, run down the armored infantry, like the Chosen and the Chaos Warriors. Blessed Field Trebuchets can also wear on them. It's tough to say. That game was really close there at the end. Empire did a great job of scrapping back from the early YOLO play that really did not work out at all. So huge kudos to you for playing that one out, because that kind of just, like, broke the back of your opponent. I think he thought he had an easy win and let off the gas, and then when he realized how much trouble he was in with Lewin being so low and then suddenly dying, that was a little bit too much for the IRL morale. I'm sure you were Empire. I think City Man could have rallied from the losses. I think it would have been a really tight game from wire to wire, but I think it was very winnable for either one of you at that point. It's fine. Just be careful with using Marauder Horsemen for dives into the back line. If you're gonna use Horsemen to dive into the back line like that, you have to hammer an anvil with them. If they come in on the same attack angle, your opponent just needs one unit to shut them both down, because they're not built for melee combat. They're not going to win against any of the Bretonnian horsemen. And your throwing axes are expensive. You know, 650 gold is a lot of money to be spending on your skirmish corps. And Chaos tends to be pretty expensive periods, so preserving your units is very, very important against factions that can go much wider than you on the numbers front. Last note is Blessed Field Trebuchets aren't that much of a threat. They can get good value. They will not win a game for Bretonnia, though. In fact, I would say the only faction... There's... Actually, you know what? Let me just take a look at the full roster. The factions that can win with artillery, like where their artillery are genuinely able to carry games for them, would be Chaos Dowie, Tzeentch with the Soul Grinders. If they can do some snipe shenanigans, they can be carried by those things. And really, Dwarves and Chaos Dwarves, the only ones that can really shine with it. And Warriors of Chaos, because of the Soul of Damnation. That thing can be a hard carry piece. But outside of those, like, few factions and those few artillery pieces, most of the time, you want to just avoid the artillery damage early. You know, operate as if you're not interested in diving it and kind of bait your opponent into engaging the front line, distract them there, and then try and sneak something around the side of the map to try and get after it, because that's when you're going to have a lot more success. Early on in games, people are always looking out for the dives. You have to kind of like tease your opponent's reserves away from the artillery before you go after it. Okay, I was wondering how Lewin was getting hammered, but that makes a lot of sense. Horseman and then Tamer Khan was just a little too much for him to handle. Losing his heal was also really bad. Lewin's got great leadership. If he's getting beat up, you just need to pull him back and let him heal for a bit, because he can always return later in the game to finish things up. It's the whole reason that you bring him over Alberic. If you're not going to use Lewin and take advantage of his passive healing, then you should just bring Alberic for the Trident ability and his extra anti-large. And you can bring like a Life Caster with Earthblood and Regrowth or something. We gotta watch the Changeling. Absolutely no reason to be watching anything else right now. This dude is just hilarious. I mean, what's not to love about literally bringing any named character imaginable on Tzeentch? You can pull off some crazy combos with the Changeling. There's some limitations as to who are actually, like, good characters to turn into, since you don't get items. But a lot of the really good abilities, or a lot of the really good, like, active effects or abilities anyways, so usually he's pretty well situated. It's actually going to turn into Ariel here. What the hell is the plan here? What does Ariel have as the changeling? I mean, you got a good spell kit. Soul Stealer, Tempest, Shield of Thorns, especially good against Khorne. Just obscene melee damage reflection. You can see the base values there, and she gets the spell intensity, so it's even more powerful. Apotheosis is a nice heal. Probably just Word of Pain and Shield of Thorns everything on a cooldown. And you're going to frustrate your opponent pretty endlessly. Ariel's also a decent fighter. She doesn't have great armor piercing, as you can see. 160 is not terrible, though. And she's fairly defensive with 50 melee defense. And the Khorne Lord is a Herald on the bike. Not Skulltaker or Valkia, so not like really something that's even going to be able to put pressure on her. Nice early shot from the Skull Cannon. I love the regular Skull Cannons. They actually are a really good artillery piece. They can put down some really good damage. Against Tzeentch, though, I don't think they're nearly as good as just the Hellforged Bellowers. The reason is that the Hellforged Bellowers outranges Changebringers, and it's excellent at doing damage to them. Because the multi-shot from the Soul of Damn, or the Hellforged Bellowers, rather. The multi-shot from the Hellforged Bellowers breaks the shield and does a little bit of vortex damage in the air. It's a little janky, but the vortexes technically, like, hang up in the air and do damage to flyers as well. These guys have a very limited HP pool, so the small vortex damage actually helps wear them out pretty quickly. It's very good for controlling Tzeentch's X Factor in this matchup. You know, you got your Furies, but having the ability to shoot them in the air is pretty critical. Makes it much easier to get decisive wins by getting a Fury on them when your opponent's not expecting it. And the shields are down, and if a Fury even sniffs these guys without their barrier available, the Changebringers just die immediately. It is so fast. It's hilarious to watch. Chaos Warriors getting roasted here by the Changebringers. Really, really brutal damage. Almost a full 25% of the HP lost on the Chaos Warriors. You've got the Furies flying in, getting hammered by the Blue Horrors as they fly overhead. Skull Cannon whiffs. You get the Tzeentch Furies moving in now. Tzeentch Furies are decent. They don't really do that great against the Khorne Furies if the Khorne Furies sit and actually grind them down. Really good micro here, though, from Meat. Looks like he was about to stop and wheel to get a flank shot off, but instead opts for the Tempest. Now, Tempest isn't very effective against Furies because it's better against single targets. The speed debuff is really nice, though. It's a bit of a shame you don't have a follow-up there with those guys, but the Changebringers do get free for another set of volleys. They're getting some pretty wicked damage off. More Khorne Furies on the way in. Excellent, excellent fire coming in here from the Blue Horrors, and actually getting rid of this Fury that was on the back of the Changebringers in record time, actually saving those guys. Landing here is actually the wrong thing to do, though. Don't land with the Changebringers against Furies, because it's actually harder to run away on the ground. With aerial combat's really janky. If you just stay in the air and just keep running, the Furies can't actually hit you. Unless you're substantially slower than them. But I guess, I guess the idea was land and then try to use the Blue Horror unit to move in and kind of peel these guys off. Really amazing maneuvering by Meat, actually. Just needs to get the Changebringers moving through the Marauder Spears, and Fury's completely buffered off. Chaos Warhound's also stuck up in a losing fight now. It's a lot of gold value that Khorne has lost. It's 3 Furies and a Hound that's probably going to go down pretty quick here, and they didn't kill the Changebringers. Got the Marauders routing out, but the Weird Spawn have been beating up on the Chaos Warriors. Weird Spawn are actually pretty good for this very reason. Because they sunder armor and they've got really good ROR stats for, you know, a Chaos Spawn unit, which are normally pretty bad. They can be a bit of an issue for Khorne. Just wearing out armor and grinding away against these very otherwise annoying Chaos Warriors. Dropping them down to 80 armor is pretty freaking nice. Makes a world of difference for combat potential for your units. Bloodletters are a no-no against Tzeentch. They just don't work because everything is magic damage. They get demolished by blue horror and pink horror fire as well. The Chaos Warriors, and if you really need something heavy hitting, then you bring Wrathmongers. People have kind of figured out how to deal with Wrathmongers, but Tzeentch doesn't have any way to kill Wrathmongers in melee at all, like, full stop, period. There isn't a single Tzeentchian unit that can withstand them in a sustained fight. So if you can just keep Changebringers and the Tzeentch shooting fairly well managed, the Wrathmongers can just hard carry on an objective for you. The Bloodletters are just too vulnerable for doing all that. They will be a huge, huge drain on your supplies, being 800 gold. Yeah, more Changebringers coming in. This is where the game is just going to be all over and done with. This Changebringer uses all of its ammo, gets 2100 value, it's getting unsummoned. Ariel is actually beating the Herald in melee combat. It's another matchup where Valkia is pretty strong, because Valkia can also pressure Changebringers. She can also beat up and duel with most of the Tzeentch characters. You just have to be careful for Final Transmutation, which can do some pretty heavy damage to her. It's just nice to have that utility of a flying character for Khorne. And she really is the best option. The Exalted Bloodthirsters really aren't all that strong. They just have some hitbox problems that hold them back pretty awfully. Really are looking for the utility. These Tempests have been really nice. They've come in some pretty clutch moments. They haven't really been getting a lot of value for Tzeentch and the Changeling, but they've kept the Furies from being able to close the gap on the Changebringers, and it's allowed for opportunities like this with overlapping fire to just wear these guys out before they're able to close the gap and get the kind of damage that they're looking for. You can see how quickly they get through that barrier and some of the HP, but some more Chaos Furies of Tzeentch come in, clear the skies, Changebringers once again free, more Furies coming in. Now Khorne is just running out of forces on the ground. Like, they can't contend with losing in the air and then also being worn out so badly down here on the ground floor of things. The Changebringers cleared out all the Chosen and the Chaos Warriors just about. There's really just not enough on the ground here to keep the Herald safe, because he's just not a very good combatant. Like, he's okay at clearing out the infantry, but he's no Skull Taker, is the long and the short of it. The reason that you bring a Herald on the bike is because you're bringing Tormentor's Sword. And that's really about it. Like, the Tormentor's Sword can be a nice little disruption tool for this guy. But it's about the only utility he has that makes him even worth considering. Otherwise, the Valkia, Skull Taker, Arbal choices are the way to go. Just awesome. Oh my god, dude. Meat with the micro is just such a nuisance. Like, nowhere the Furies for Khorne, and nowhere that they've been going has been safe for them. There's always blue horrors or pink horrors or Tzeentch Furies just hounding them down. So even when they are able to close the gap on the Changebringers, they cannot get decisive damage. These guys just keep getting away outpacing and clowning on the Cornate melee pressure. Really nice Soul Stealer here. Hitting all of the remaining Cornate units outside of the Skull Cannon, basically. Skull Cannon has been awesome. It's done quite a bit of damage. Its value isn't looking too good, but it could very easily pay for itself if there was more time in this game. You know, you don't bring the Skull Cannon expecting it to get, like, its value back in the opening, like, 5 or 6 minutes. It's usually a long game type of unit.
Glorious. You have killed.
The Hellforge Bellers is a little bit better at getting that early pressure and forcing your opponent to be super aggressive early on, which is why I recommend it against Tzeentch. If Tzeentch doesn't bring the Soul Grinders, which are honestly not very good against Khorne in general, then there's really nothing to stop the Hellforge Bellers from having its way here, because it'd be able to shoot the Changebringers, keep them low. You can also shoot the Tzeentch Furies. Tzeentch Furies get plowed through by the Hellforge Bellers as well. Because the multi-shot pens through all of the Fury models, it can kill like 10 to 15 Furies in one good shot and get through their shield, and then your Furies can just engage the Tzeentch Furies, and then there's nothing to protect the Changebringers after that. Unless your opponent has Doom Knights, and Doom Knights are a very speculative investment in this matchup. Warhounds are fighting. I like the inclusion of the Blood Shrine here. I've been really enjoying seeing people bring them more regularly. I think they actually have a time and place now. I've been seeing them do some really good work and damage. That extra 4 leadership from the Encourage aura is really nice because they that stacks with the Totem. So it's really a +8 leadership that the Blood Shrine gives, on top of the melee attack bonus. And then it's fairly durable with the armor, and then the Gore Feast, so it's got a lot of goodies going for it. Just unfortunately out in the arc of fire of the Changebringers, who are putting it to rest, very quickly roasting it down. See the double bicycle going down here. Harold died a few minutes ago, or a few seconds ago, really, I should say. That's going to be a tap out, just like a full table from the Tzeentch side of things, in fact. I think these are, yeah, these are the Chosen. Got pushed off this point. Changebringers, I'm pretty sure, came over here and roasted these guys. That's why they got hammered so hard. Chosen are a little too expensive to just leave off on side points. I really prefer to just leave Chaos Warriors off on side objectives because your opponent feels like they're more manageable, they're less expensive. People get a little bit overzealous trying to charge them down at that point, and you can punish a little bit better. The Herald was interesting. He didn't do poorly. He got 1,381 value, but just having to trundle around on the ground and not providing any support in the air is the big problem here. And Changebringers just dominate this matchup. You can't let them. You have to bring answers to them. If you're not doing that and you're playing Khorne, then you've already lost the game. They will kill all of your units on the ground. Thank you, Mino. I really appreciate that, dude. I love the shout casting. It's really fun. I wish I had a little bit more time as of late to do it, but I've just been really busy with life stuff and some other endeavors. So I haven't had the time. Plus, I've just been waiting for the DLC drop. It's, you know, I mean, they've been giving us the runaround for ages now, but we finally have it. It's literally just a week and a half away at this point. It's going to be amazing. Like, all the new units look good. The only thing I'm not excited about is how crazy all the Slaanesh units look. They are very horrifying to see, honestly. CA just is, to this day, very reluctant to do anything to balance Slaanesh to be better for land battles and also make them less oppressive in domination mode. Because you would think it'd be the other way around. The super fast faction you would expect to be good in land battle, but the reason they're bad there is because you just box up and then they can't touch you because you completely nullify devastating flanker. And the ITP is a little bit less impactful in land battle games. The reason Slaanesh dominates in domination mode is because you have to spread your forces out. Gives Slaanesh the room to maneuver that they need to really succeed in battles. Their combination of abilities and everything is just grody. Really, really grody. This isn't a... No, this is not a Brett's versus Dowie rematch. Just a whole nother one. Okay. Just grabbing a few more replays. Might need to watch this Dowie-Bretonia rematch. So it was Tort versus City Man, and now it's Manoft versus Tort Law. It's a pretty similar build, but this time we have Felix in here to heal Raponce, which is massive. Got a Damsel as well. Got one Pegasus Knight. It's usually enough to control gyros. You just don't see gyrocopters all that much from Dowie anymore. Ever since the gyrocopters got changed so they don't fire on the move, they're just not nearly as good. And they get shut down much easier. And don't get to just clown on everybody like they used to. It was really gross back in the day with the gyrocopter swarms. But now you see the Skyhammer Squadron, and that's usually the only flyer you see out of the dwarves. Very rarely do you see multiple gyros. So usually one flyer is enough just to control the absolute worst of the worst from the dwarves in that respect. Questing Knights and some Mounted Yeomen off on the side. Going after the #1 objective, but now flanking the Miners and looking to get after these guys and the Rangers. Actually doing a pretty good job of collapsing on this position. Rangers are a little bit too close in for comfort, I would say. Questing Knights able to close the gap on the other side, and the beautiful lance formation get right up into the Rangers and Miners alike and just totally throw this formation into complete disarray. Grimdelvers, though, coming out of the Vanguard here. Beautiful summon. Excellent, excellent peel here. In terms of what the Dowie are doing. Dowie shooting is really the only peel that they have for their units. They don't win in melee combat in any matchup, really, so have to have something to be able to threaten from afar so that your opponent doesn't just collapse in on top of you like what we saw early and just completely run over your isolated units. That could have been a huge disaster for Tort, but that one summon salvaged that position. Now Bretonia's down in value and gonna have to look for some opportunities. Peasant Bowmen, a couple of them. Not going too deep into them. They are very vulnerable in this matchup. Cannons, Rangers, Iron Drakes of both varieties can really hammer them. So I like the inclusion of a couple. They're doing some good damage to these Slayers, in fact. Really nice damage. And the Cannon's trying to kill the Peasant Bowman right now. Which, fair enough, not like the worst target in the world, but trying to find an opportunity to shoot the Pegasus Knights or the Questing Knights is a much higher priority, I would say. You really need to see something out of those cannons if we're going to see the Dowie dominating Bretonia here. Bretonia, as I mentioned last time I saw this matchup, don't have a good matchup against the Dwarves, but they do have some strategies to make it possible. And they're doing a good job on this very, very large and wide battlefield of spreading their pressure out and not getting too trapped up on top of the Dowie bodies. You can see the Pegasus Knights able to shut down the Trollhammer torpedoes here, but Tort with a really good bit of micro here gets the other Iron Drake out into the open space and is able to get some beautiful flanking shots on the Pegasus Knights, who are now very, very low on HP. Questing Knights pushing deep into the back line. Looks like they might be pulling out. They're really beat up, trying to just get them in to outmaneuver the Slayers and get on top of this cannon is honestly not a bad way to go about the trading in this game. It'd be tough. I don't know if Tort is the kind of player who would leave any avenues of approach in. We've seen some really good parries on backline pressure up to this point already. Bretonia is doing pretty well in the front line, though. They've kept the shooting occupied long enough that they've mostly worn down the Dowie Warrior Corps. And there's mostly just a bunch of miners coming in to try and grab that objective and keep the missiles safe. You see some Knights Errant flanking around the battlefield. Battle Pilgrims might want to move off of this point and go elsewhere. The Men-at-Arms can just stuff any miners back that might come in. Knights Errant over here fighting miners with blasting charges. Doing okay. Really could be more impactful elsewhere, but Bretonia does just want to hang on to points as best they can. Capweight's really bad, so in the late game that will be a pretty brutal avenue of for the Dowie to kind of rally on top of. They can just dump units on top of these objectives and just keep Bretonia from being able to secure and hold on to a double cap somewhere. Really all it takes is one mistake. Grim Delvers are just holding out here on the #1 objective. I'd prefer to just see the miners hang out back there and the Grim Delvers creep up over here. They've got Stalk. They'd be a really nice X factor to have over here in the open field to just hammer home against like a flanking cav unit that might not be seeing them pop out and just blast them with the shotguns. We can always allocate like a Slayer to kind of maneuver out over here and protect them if you need to. Grimdelvers are a pretty durable unit. They've got 80 armor, and they have Frenzy, and thus ITP, plus they have decent melee defense, so they can hold up against anything short of Questing Knight. Or Grail Knights or Grail Guardians. You don't see those too often, though. They're a little expensive. Bretonia's starting to fall behind here. The Dowie are trading really well, but the cannon really isn't putting a whole lot of threat onto any one target. Knights of the Realm look to be trying to flank around the side here and close the gap. They might be able to. I don't know if Tort's going to be able to stop this charge. Provided the Knights here get the extra leadership from charging. Yeah, they actually do get home. Only 20 models. Almost all of them are in combat, though, so they might be able to just sit here and kill this cannon. I'm going to be pulling back and leaving it operational. It's very unfortunate for Bretonia there. It's not like it's winning the Dowie the game, but it is an annoying unit that is, you know, forcing aggression out of you. Not leaving you a whole lot of, like, free room to maneuver with your cavalry. The Iron Drakes are also making it very difficult for Bretonia because they just keep poking away, and they've been protected amazingly so far this game. The Rangers have been the ones who, in both of the games from Tort so far, have been hammered pretty badly, but if it's your Rangers that are taking a majority of the damage and your other range tools get to value trade for you, you'll take that any day of the week as the Dwarves, because like I said, Rangers very easy to replace. Being relatively cheap, and then also having Vanguard, they can get up on points pretty fast, so they're easy to swarm with. So the Dowie Lord runs to the back of the map, and Felix is not able to finish him. And Rapunzel and Felix have been separated for a lot of this game. There's been some good healing from the Damsel of Life. I think that's part of the reason why the Battle Pilgrims and Foot Squires and Holy Wardens have been lasting so long out on the battlefield. They're still struggling to value trade, and that is the big issue for Bretonnia and why it's such a bad matchup, because they just don't have the kind of infantry that's needed to effectively scrap against the Dowie and really wear them out. Usually at best you're trading evenly, and you're not really getting like a huge leg up anywhere. We continue to see the mobility here, though, disrupting into the back line, and the Dowie just still can't grab another point. Dowie could play off of the number 3 objective over here. You've got the supplies for a couple of miners with blasting charges, send a couple up over here and just try to get rid of this men-at-arms with one. Save blasting charge volleys for anything that might come in to try and intercept. And then maybe you can hammer this middle objective, but the cannon gets shut down finally by mounted yeomen and knights errant getting into the back line, and they do fully kill this crew. They're not rallying before they run off the battlefield here. And that is going to be a really nice win for Bretonnia. It's going to mean that the middle objective is much, much safer to sit on. These units won't be losing a bunch of leadership from getting hit by artillery fire. It's also a lot less DPS, and it means that your opponent's Iron Drakes are now really the only thing that can control the knights at range. So the mobility will be even more effective on subsequent summons. You can see them really starting to swarm. This is why I don't like the Grimdelvers just sitting out alone. Them being more active is just a necessity because of how much firepower they offer in such an affordable package. You can afford to be aggressive with them. If they're just sitting on the defensive, you're just ceding a ton of ground to your opponent and damage potential, and your opponent just does stuff like this. So they just get 2 cav units and they just dive these guys and then they just grind them down. And there's nothing over there that can help them out either. So the Grimdelvers are just wildly out of position. You just want to hold ground with your warriors and miners. You don't want to try and hold points with your ranged units unless you have yourself firmly established on 2 points. Then you want to just sit with all your ranged units in a nice big old fat line and just wail away on your opponent as they approach. Questing Knights get in on the Iron Drakes. Gonna be able to shut them down maybe here. Looks like they're gonna pull out and go after the other one potentially. Not a bad idea. Questing Knights just need to continue being disruptive here. Dowie hate when you intercept their reinforcements, by the way. Usually that's how you win. You just get your infantry engaged in the front line, do as much damage to the Dowie warriors as you can, hopefully killing a bunch of them in the process, and then utilize your excess units and your mobility units to disrupt all the range tools while those fights are going on. And if you're able to win, like Bretonnia has somehow found a way to, with all the healing that they've had, then it becomes much easier to stuff the Dowie back, because their units are very bad at pushing objectives. You can see the pressure on the number 3 goes pretty well. They grab that point really quickly, but it's really smart of Manoff to just transition over to attacking the number 1 objective now. These kinds of heads-up plays are really how you win games, because there's almost always a give and take across the battlefield, especially in close games like this. Your opponent's going to be rallying somewhere, they're going to have summons coming out to protect something on one side of the battlefield, and it might be leaving something open on the other. So then you can just be like, oh, well, they've got a unit out, so you just pull back on that side and then attack on the other, and you can really wear your opponent down that way. Bretonnia pressure actually wearing out here, though. The Grimdelvers somehow able to survive. That 80 armor, dude, I'm telling you, keeping them alive against the Yeomen and the Knights of the Realm. Forcing another dive from all of these cavalry here. It's going to give time for the Slayers and the Miners to start moving up and potentially getting damage in on these Bretonnian units that are trying to secure and hold on to the number 1. The problem is that the Dowie have been faffing about for too long on just one objective, and now they need the triple cap, and they're way too slow to get enough units up to take this middle point. So Bretonia's pretty much got a guaranteed win here. Got a Slayer just hanging out on the back of the map there. Not doing a whole lot, but I don't think it's been out too terribly long. It's been cleaning up a lot of backfield pressure for the most part, and I don't think he can even arrive for the game. Trickles down here. So Manoff showing his stuff here. I mean, it looked pretty rough at various points for Bretonnia, but that's the thing against Dowie. If you just have to stay persistent. You cannot let yourself get discouraged by early dives not working out the way you want. And just keep disrupting, keep charging. Don't leave the Iron Drakes and the cannons to just farm value on you, and eventually you'll be able to shut them down, and then the Dowie will be completely vulnerable in the front line with all of their awful melee infantry. I'll check it out, Pancake. What's considered a beginner in these tournaments? So what's considered a beginner is up to the discretion of people who run new player events. Everybody has a different definition, but I don't think that's a bad thing. Really, it's just people who have won leaderboard qualifying tournaments, it's a no-go for them to join. They're good enough to win a leaderboard qualifying tournament, then you're just going to be beating up on newer people and making life miserable for them. So that's a non-starter across all tournaments. Usually it's just people who have been playing the game for, a few months, or only have time to play a few games a week. They can have, like hundreds of games under their belt, and the multiplayer is just incredibly dense in this game, so it takes a long time to learn the ins and outs of all of the matchups and unit interactions. Usually, if you have won new player tournaments and are able to win them consistently, that's when, generally speaking, you're going to start being asked to move on to the higher level tournaments. But it's pretty open-ended, so just jump in, play games, see how you do. If you're dominating in the new player tournaments, then you've got pretty good odds on being able to beat more experienced people in the advanced tournaments. We've got a lot of people who have won new player tournaments in the time that I've been casting these for RTK, who have gone on to win lots of leaderboard qualifying tournaments. So this is a really good place to start and just see how you stack up and move from there. Where are we at in the bracket? Should be coming up on semis soon. Think we're in round 5. Yeah, we just started round 5 now. Pancakes, have you posted your replays? Oh, you did. Okay, you posted this one specifically. Excellent. Vampire Coast versus Dark Elves 2. Okay. God, dude, I'm so sore right now. Oh my god. Sorry, that's a little bit out of nowhere, but I've been working out a lot more lately. My body is, uh, it's doing what it can. It's been a bit of a struggle, but I've made leaps and bounds since I started a few months ago, so it's been nice. It's just always a pain in the ass to feel so, like, tense just sitting down from being tired, you know? It's no fun. It's very much no fun. This looks like it's going to be a rip-roaring time. These are both pretty meta builds on either side for these factions in this matchup. The Canine Assassins, it's so cool because these guys used to never get picked, right? But there's a player named Danikin, who's one of the top players now, really came in and innovated the Dark Elf playstyle and has helped bring the Dark Elves into relevancy. They went from bottom of the win rate a few cycles ago to being consistently like top 8, I would say. Top 8 is about where you're talking about the factions with like the most high level like players, and then also just best matchups in general. Because there's so many factions, every faction now, especially after all of the patches and changes CA has made over time, all of the factions have at least a good matchup. Every single one. Even the best faction... What's the best faction right now? Let me pause real quick. I just want to talk about this for a second, because it's always something to shout out, because for a game with 24 factions... They don't bother trying to make every matchup balanced. They've done a great job instead of making it so that each faction has like a genuinely identifiable strength that they can play around that gives them the opportunity to scrap and do well in certain matchups. And I think that's really awesome. It does tend to favor more experienced people, but that's why so many people run single faction tournaments. That way, you know, more experienced players can't just counterpick you into oblivion all the time. So Vampire Counts are the #1 faction right now, with a 56% win rate, which really isn't all that high, considering in the past we've had, like, 70% win rates, 67 here. Slaanesh was dominating. Not that, yeah, this... like really abbreviated season was just brutal because this was Slaanesh at their most broken. People were just absolutely wailing on everyone. And then they had to get a bunch of bans on their units and they still had a 66% win rate. Now people kind of know how to keep Slaanesh from being wickedly unbalanced. They're a little bit more reasonable now, but, you know, DLC is going to break that again. Even the Vampire Counts can't beat some factions, or at least, the very least, struggle to. Chaos Demons, Grand Cathay, Chaos Dwarves, Norska. And then they've got pretty even matchups into 5 or 6 more. So it's not like there's just, like, freebies all across the board for any one faction. Like, the balance state in this game looks amazing nowadays. Been loving it to death. Anyways, let's get back into the Coast versus Dark Elves. Dark Elves do have a bit of a favorable matchup over the Vampire Coast just because of the magic options. We're not seeing a Burning Headcaster here and a really cheap Wiveline. We are instead seeing a Supreme Sorceress with Soul Stealer and Blade Wind. Power of Darkness is here also. Power of Darkness is just for extra winds of magic. You just drop this on like a Bleak Sword or something, do a little bit of damage to that unit, and then you get extra winds of magic, so you can get like an extra Blade Wind or another Soul Stealer, whatever you really need. Dragon character will be able to bully Noctilus. He is an anti-large fighter, so he can do good damage to these dragon characters. But that's in a prolonged fight. The shock damage with the 50 charge bonus from these dragons and their massive weapon strength puts Noctilus under a lot of pressure because he really does not hold up well against that. If he's not able to utilize his charge reflection, which, if you're smart, you just use the Canine Assassin to chase him around, poke him with the little hand bow, do chip damage to him, and then you run this guy in, get him into melee against Noctilus at the right time, and have the dragon come in for the finisher. That's what tryhards should be looking to do against Pancakes here. Dark Rider's getting plastered by the Carronades out there. Carronades firing from the other side of the tree line and actually hitting the forest and not able to get the kind of damage that they're really looking for. I think that was a breath attack. Yeah, breath attack from the Supreme Sorceress and a follow-up charge from the Dark Riders, crushing the halberds. Normally you would never want to charge Dark Riders into the polearms. But here in this instance, I think it is actually a pretty good call because it's away from all the fire support. All the handguns are on the other side of the formation. You kill a very important defensive unit that your opponent has, and your infantry now have more room to swarm around up into the trees and maybe push up into the back line. That is going to come with a little bit of risk, though. You can cap this point and overwhelm it. Vampire Coast, though, can bring a lot of cheap units out onto the field and cause a lot of problems for you. Looks like a Blade Wind went down. Does a lot of work against this deckhand mob. Lowering their HP by quite a fair margin, but the Supreme Sorceress in a bit of a bad situation here. Handgunners finding the range with the Carronades. All of it focusing her down and doing massive chunking damage to her currently. She's going to drop a Soul Stealer. That's what you're seeing here, one of those radiuses. Wraithstorm is coming down from Noctilus onto the Dark Shards. Actually does a bunch of damage to them and breaks their leadership thanks to a terror route from this Night Terror unit that's been hanging around in here. So, pretty big dub, just getting the Missile Core for the Dark Elves running really quickly here. The Doomfire Warlock's taking ruinous damage from the Carronades. This is what Carronades are best at, cannons and Carronades and any kind of artillery piece. That's like a traditional Napoleonic era, like solid shot cannon. They're best against cavalry. They're okay against infantry. Some of them are better against infantry than others, like Dowie cannons are stupidly accurate against everything. Carronades a little bit less so, so they do kind of get relegated to mostly shooting at enemy mobility, but that's fine for the undead because they really do love being able to like force dives with their undead artillery crews, soaking up a lot of attention, making it very difficult for your opponent to actually finish these things off. With just some good positioning, we actually have a bloated corpse hiding in the trees here. What is the plan here? The bloated corpse will blow up the artillery crew too, right? That's a really interesting summon. Maybe it's been forgotten about a little bit. Normally, you just use your handguns and shooting to answer any diving units. Depth Guard come in, that's another really good option, of course. These guys really good at killing stuff like Harpies. And can actually kill the Canine Assassin, too. Anti-infantry units used to be pretty bad against foot characters, but got changed a few patches ago, and ever since then, now that these foot characters don't get knocked over by, you know, a stiff breeze, anti-infantry units are actually really good at clearing through the foot characters. Pancakes has a huge value lead. Most of that is because Doomfire Warlocks and the Dark Riders have been dealt with very handily. They've done some decent damage, but they haven't been getting decisive engagements. And the handgunners have been pounding away this whole game. 1,300 over here. The Black Spot has about 500. This zombie handgun unit has close to 8. Gets hit by the breath attack from the Supreme Sorceress. It's only got about 900 value. Really not getting it done right now. Like, she's got all these kills, right? 213 kills. Excuse me, but the lack of value means that most of it's just like deckhand mobs. It's not any of the really important units. The same thing applies to the coast as applies to dwarves. Dwarves win when their shooting stays online and is available in the late game to beat up on your opponent's tattered front line, which just spent like 10 minutes or so pummeling through all the bodies that you flood the field with. If your opponent kills your guns early, Vampire Coast and Dowie have no answers at that point because they suck in melee combat. Coast is actually a little bit less terrible in melee combat than the Dowie, funnily enough. But mostly that's because of really expensive elite stuff like Lamprey's Revenge and Depth Guard, who have like decent armor values and can be a little bit more durable than any Dowie units can be. That's usually why you see Burning Head casters, because Burning Head just destroys zombie pirate gunnery mobs. Pistols and the handguns alike. It shuts them down crazy fast, does wicked damage to them, gets them to crumbling pretty quickly because of the leadership debuff it applies, and then you can just time up some Dark Rider charges as the Burning Head's wearing off, and then you can just get the decisive finish. And that's kind of what's happened in a couple of situations. The Black Spot kind of get caught out here, and the double Dark Rider's able to shut these guys down. We saw some good blade wins and timing charges with Dark Riders onto some other units. And it's kind of given the Dark Elves a little bit of breathing space here. But it is going to be a bit of an uphill climb. Seeing as the objective that they're locking down is their opponent's home objective, and they don't really have a whole lot here. What they do have is a bunch of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, and while these units are fairly strong in melee combat against zombies, you can see just how many bodies the Vampire Coast can summon out for... This is like, what? 425, 425, 250, 250, you know, a little bit over 1,000, like 1,200 gold. And you can get 4 units with full cap weight up on a point. That's really gross. That's a lot to be able to grab that quickly. Nice blade win. Just chewing up this deckhand mob polearm. Could get those motoring back there, but, you know, there's a lot going on elsewhere. Right now, you've got a much more critical fight occurring with the Supreme Sorceress getting manhandled by Noctilus, who's been very healthy this whole game. The lack of pressure on Noctilus has... It's not a bad idea to ignore him at times, but there's a way to go about ignoring him. The best way to do that is to just make sure that you're maneuvering away with your mobility, so he can't just use Melkoths, because I've seen quite a few of those wearing on the Doomfire Warlocks, especially, and then a couple of the Dark Riders. He's gotten 1,400 value here. And then he helps beat up on the Supreme Sorceress at the end here, and she actually gets shot down out of the air. I believe, yeah, by this pistol mob that comes out of the spawn with the Depth Guard. And now the Depth Guard, Noctilus, and the Lamprey's Revenge are all very healthy and going to be a nightmare for the Witch Elves to deal with. Because Witch Elves, great unit, good at clearing out chaff. But boy, oh boy, do they have absolutely no armor and lack AP damage. So the Depth Guard and the Lampreys, like I said, especially with how much armor value they have, and especially with the hunger available to the Depth Guard, are going to be able to wear them out with no problem whatsoever. Great late game punching power available here for Pancakes. And doing a good job of preserving those elite units for the later stages. The shooting's gone down, but the shooting was able to get most of its value back, and now you can just replace with a bunch of pistol mobs out of the Vanguard and be just fine, probably. Like, they've got a pretty short distance to go. Instead of having to trundle all this extra distance from this back spawn, the pistol mobs have enough ammo to be able to pressure decently well with 90 range. And the Dark Elves are going to be struggling for answers because they can bring Cold One Knights in, and the Cold One Knights will be pretty solid against something like the Lamprey's Revenge, but with a bunch of pistol mobs poking from the flank, their HP will get worn out pretty quickly, because while they do have a shield and 90 armor, these little pistol mobs have 3 AP, and they have 120 bodies in these units, so that's a little bit much to be asking for a Cold One Knight to be having to wear through both decently powerful melee combatant and weather multiple units poking them from the flank. Resecure on the number 3 is in. Excellent job by Pancakes getting that cap.
One of your units
Just
has
needs
been
to
destroyed.
maneuver to the number 2 now. It's fairly close on whether it be a triple cap or not, but because the Dark Elves are holding this number 1, for the time being, you're definitely going to need to secure this by the end of the game, so it's usually best to start getting a move on early. Especially as undead, you don't want to quibble and quaffle about it. You just need to make a decision and get it going. More time you spend back here, more time your opponent has for rallying random units around the battlefield like what's going on now, and potentially stuffing you off at the last minute and winning the game that way. So the Night Terrors, they died earlier on. This is their second summon out. Doing a great job of hounding down the Dark Riders. And yeah, dude, those chilling auras. I forget that they have both of the speed debuffs here. I see what you're talking about with the power against the cavalry. Just taking these Dark Riders down to 64 with just the chilling aura. And then with the Frostbite, they were down at like 20-something speed almost. Brutal engagements for those Dark Riders right now.
Has been destroyed.
Cold One Knights go down. I should have focused on them so I could like kind of give you the proof in the pudding of just how effective the little pistol mobs can be supporting something like the Lamprey's Revenge. Lampreys are doing amazingly though. 10 models left, a lot of room on their heal cap, regenerating as we speak, and already have 2,300 value, 1,700 gold units, so already paid for itself. Noctilus, yeah, Noctilus should go over here. You can see the movement coming in now. Lot of undead units trying to get up to the number 2. They've taken a little bit of extra time, which has allowed for the Dark Elves to get those blocking units in place. They do have a decent amount available here to push back the infantry, to push back all the deckhand mobs, but they don't have enough here, I'm afraid, to answer the Night Terrors and the Lamprey's Revenge. You can see the Night Terrors getting hammered by the Doomfire Warlocks right now. These guys are doing quite a bit of work against these lightly armored Morghuls. Noctilus drops a nice Melkoths on the Doomfire Warlocks, though, and we do get a Terror Route. Night Terrors living up to the name here, and that's a brutal break for the Dark Elves. And these guys are routing into an infantry unit and slowing up their momentum even more. They're going to get absolutely clowned on as they try to push through these infantry units. Just losing bottles the whole time. You can see, again, the speed debuffs, dude. Oh my god, they're so nasty. More Cold One Knights going down. Depth Guard get underneath the Lamprey's Revenge and buffer a lot of damage off of the Lampreys. They had about 5,300 HP. They got some more regen during the fight. But with the Depth Guard underneath them, it preserves most of the models in the unit still. So they're just fully functional, essentially. They're going to continue their little rampage here. Dark Elves going for a Desperation Cap on the number 1. The number 2 did get taken by the deckhand mobs here, which is awesome. Really, you should just move the Depth Guard up and just happily hold on to the points from here. Maybe get a Scurvy Dog. Moving off your number 3 objective, just to make sure that number 1 doesn't get lost, but the Dark Elves really don't have enough here. That's more just hedging your bets, as a just in case. It's better to be safe than sorry, especially when you have reserve forces around the field. Dark Riders becoming less and less effective as the battle goes on, because the Lord is dead, they're losing leadership, the Murderous Prowess wears off, and then they're, you know, down to -10. It's kind of nice that they're able to get into the battle with this active.
One of your units
Definitely help out, but it's a little bit less than ideal for them, certainly. Coldwind Knights doing what they can against the deckhand mobs, but we get the Scurvy Dogs moving in. I guess that's smart by Pancakes, just leaving them as a tactical reserve in case there's any push up onto the number 2 there. Depth Guard coming in, gonna you know, add their cap weight in and make sure that this is just an absolute non-starter for the Dark Elves. Knight Terrors and the Lampreys moving over, just a Black Ark Corsair hanging in here. Pretty low on HP and leadership, not looking too good. Got a pistol mob here. Oh, and a Depth Guard Polearm. I didn't notice these guys sneaking in under the radar and getting up on this point now. Excellent unit to have holding for the late game against Dark Elves. Regular Depth Guard can take a tremendous amount of shock damage from Coldwind Knights, just because these guys have a wicked high charge bonus and good weapon strength and AP. The Depth Guard with polearms have the charge reflection, and are obviously just tuned for fighting large targets. So even if the Coldwind Knights get a good charge off on them, usually Depth Guard polearms are able to weather that just enough to be able to trap some of the models and drag down the Knights and kind of put them in the trash can. Depth Guard are really just weak to like shock damage and factions that don't engage them in prolonged fights, because then they don't get to use the hunger and regenerate a bunch of free HP. And without Invocation of Nehek, they are a little bit vulnerable because of their low HP pool. So there's ways to work around them, but in the right situations, a Depth Guard is just like a game-clinching type of unit. And Pancakes certainly used them to full effect here. They did awesome, alongside the Lampreys, who almost doubled their value, which is hard to do for a unit that's as expensive as these guys are. 3,000 value Lampreys is nasty business. And gunnery mobs, some really good value. One of them doubled its value here. This one paid for itself and a little more. Black Spot was the only inefficient handgun unit, but it still did decently enough. And the Carronades were okay in the early game. They got shut down by the Dark Elves pretty effectively, but it did take quite a bit to finish them. By that time, it was a little bit too grim for the Dark Elves, so they weren't really able to hold in. The only thing I would suggest for Salty Tryhard is think twice about these dragon characters against the Vampire Coast especially, because their shooting just hits so freaking hard, man. All it takes is one slip up with these big monsters, and handgunners and carronades are going to chunk them for more than half their health at a time if they get focus fired by everything. It's really nasty. It takes a lot of wherewithal to use these big monsters against gun factions. And especially for the Dark Elves, when you can bring something like a Supreme Sorceress just on horseback, that you can kind of hide away and squirrel away in the forest and bring out just to throw down some fire magic on the applicable targets, you can afford so many more units in the front line. Instead of having, like, how much was that caster? Darkness, Blade Wind, and Soul Stealer, and I don't remember seeing any of those. Instead of having a 2,500 gold lord, you can have a much more cost-effective option for less than half the price. At 1050, you get Burning Head, which is just one of the best counterspells to lightly armored gun lines in the game. And make the work a lot easier on yourself. And it's not like it's unsporting or anything, because the Vampire Coast, when they get to sit back and weather your early aggression by using their deckhand mobs to just wear down your front line, occupy space, and allow their shooting to go, they're pretty unbeatable. You bring Burning Head because you just need to get a few casts off of this to wear out the handguns and make it a little bit tougher for the Vampire Coast. to just brutalize you in the early game. Because gunline factions win, like, exponentially better if they get early value advantages. You really just cannot allow that to happen. Now, there are other things you can do. You can go with, like, a Dark Shard line and use the shielded Dark Shards to just hammer against the deckhand mobs and then move up and also shoot the handguns. And because they have the 55% block chance, really the only thing that can wear out Dark Shards quickly is mortars and carronades. And even there, it can be a bit up in the air as to whether the mortars and carronades are going to be hitting accurately, consistently. And just a couple or three things to keep in mind for the Dark Elves into the the coast in the future. R.I.P. brother. Sorry to hear that. I mean, I hope you had a good night last night, David. It sucks to miss a tournament that you want to join, but there's lots of them. I think there's even another new player tournament like tomorrow or something. I'd have to double check that. We can do that a little bit later. Once the new DLC drops, you're going to see like a ridiculous flurry of tournament activity. People are going to be hosting every day. So there'll be tons of opportunities to get practice in. So don't see it as a missed opportunity. Just see it as, you know, chance to sit back, do some studying, learn a few tips and tricks before you get in there to take everyone on. There's a tournament going on at 4 o'clock. I don't think I'm going to play in that. I've got one game that I have to play for one of the monthly tournaments today. It's probably going to be the extent of what I do gameplay-wise. I've got one game finishing up, and then we'll be into the semis and the finals stage. Let me flip you all over and we can take a little peek at the current standings. So this is what it looks like right now. I think this is just going to hold through because I believe the final game is... I don't think it's going to affect the top level because we've got very clear winners here. Manoft is undefeated. Empire lost the first game but rallied to win 4 in a row, which is huge. Kentama dropped one in the middle, doing pretty damn good otherwise. Death Pancakes only lost in the last round. So, I'm pretty sure this is going to be our top 4. I'm going to grab Pancakes and then whoever their opponent is. Let's go ahead and get the lobby set up for that. Why it wants to do that and make teams. Really weird. Alright, come here, Pancake. Oh no. Okay, fair enough, Pancake. Pancake doesn't have time to stick around, so... let's get... Actually, Empire is going to come play for us. Come here, Empire. I'm sending you the invite now. We haven't seen a lot of Nurgle. We've seen a lot of Coast today anyways, so this works out. absolute scrap of a round 5 against Norska. I bet, dude, Norska versus Nurgle is actually a pretty decent matchup for Nurgle. Um, it's one of the matchups that's like sneakily bad for Norska, just because there's so much healing on the other side that they normally Norska's able to trade with other healing factions, but I don't know what it is about Nurgle. I guess it's like Mortis engines and some of the other like debuffing effects and all the poison that really messes with Norska because they just fall off so hard against them. It's not like a bad matchup for Norska, but it definitely ends up being one that surprisingly tough for them. I've got a really good win rate against them right now, though. I've seen that not be the case in the past, though. So maybe it's just Norska players beating up on some newer Nurgle people, because I know Turin really doesn't even mind that matchup at all, from what I've heard him say in the past. Let me see what the semifinals maps are. I'm going to dip out for a minute and go to the bathroom and get water and stuff, and then I'll be back. So we'll have a little bit of a break while all the semifinal stuff gets set up. So yeah, Proving Grounds. Proving Grounds is a really good semis match. Appropriate in terms of naming convention, too. Show us what you got before you get into the finals, right? Alright, guys. I'll be back in, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes. We watch a Counts mirror match. Don't do that to us. Please don't. Not Counts. Anything but them. Alright. See you in a sec, guys. Alright, it wasn't even that long. Okay, guys. We're back. Dowie versus Dowie isn't even a bad mirror match. It's actually got some high points. It's not like the most incredible thing. Hold on. One sec. I'm gonna answer a question. Alright, just answering a question there. Okay. Cool. Okay, so Empire's here. There's some confusion as to who is also in the top 4 right now. Looks like we're still trying to, like, figure that out and get it totally sorted, but it should be pretty straightforward. Should just be Manoff, Kintama, and then Salty. Did lose to Death Pancakes in round 4, so, I mean, it's very appropriate that he's the one advancing, since one of the only people he lost to is top 4 as is. I don't know how Spoons did. I don't think I've seen Spoons play today, to be quite honest. Definitely need to see if I can find any of their games. But whatever, we'll get to that later. Right now, I just want to do some semis action. So we just need to wait around for another minute and find out who Empire's opponent is. We could be getting some Nurgle here. It's going to be pretty interesting to watch. We were on the topic of mirror matches. Honestly, I don't even think most mirror matches are bad. The only mirror matches that are not fun to watch are ones where it's basically a gamble as to builds. Or if the faction is just one that fundamentally does not bring diverse builds. Like, their builds change a little bit, but mostly they stick with a core set of units regardless of matchup. Those are the mirror matches that get boring to watch. Most mirrors have some really off-the-wall shenanigans happening. So they can be really entertaining. The Khorne matchup is funny because Scarbrand actually gets to do something for a change. He's like the entire focal point of the mirror match, in fact, which is freaking awesome. It's really funny to watch and play in. I love playing Khorne mirror match. No, Vampire Counts are one of the bad mirror matches. Tomb Kings can be pretty boring. I actually think Dowie are a pretty fun mirror. I've seen a lot of really interesting strategies from people there. What are the other bad mirrors? Grand Cathay is an awful mirror match to watch. It is so boring. Oh, it sucks. And Slaanesh is a boring mirror. Because with Slaanesh, that mirror match sucks because it's basically just whoever gets, like, the first good engagement wins. Because the way the faction works is it just snowballs so hard. It is really, really uncommon to see a Slaanesh mirror match that doesn't just end in a complete steamroll for one of the players. And that's not entertaining. Mirror matches that are fun to watch go down to the wire, and it's like an actual display of knowledge and skill between the two players where everybody gets to try something different and really show out with some off-the-wall strategies. Skaven mirror match is hilarious. You see, like, you know, God even knows how many bodies get thrown onto the field there. In a Skaven versus Skaven mirror match, I've seen people go elite Skaven and then have to fight Vermintide with just like a million clan rats and Skaven slaves and whatnot. I'm sure the Slaanesh mirror match is fun to play. It's probably a lot like the Khorne mirror match, where it's really fun to play, maybe debatable as to whether it's fun to watch. Because with Slaanesh, it's just like whoever can, you know, get off a good pavane early, force a bad engagement from their opponent, and then just kind of like throw their forces in and just stack against their opponent and Lord Snipe better. And for Khorne, it's basically who can keep Scarbrand alive longer and get better rampages off. But all of it is up to personal preference. I know most people don't like mirror matches. It's its own thing, I guess. It would be fun to do a single faction tournament where if each person is playing, or if, you know, both people are playing the same faction, instead of doing a mirror, they get forced to pick a random faction. And then they just play it as normal. That would be really interesting. And then nobody would be having to suffer through mirrors if they don't want to. Alright, so Empire versus Kentama. This is an awful matchup for Nurgle. Oh, man. Dude, Beastmen beat the absolute snot out of Nurgle. I'm going to take a look at the current standings. Can show it off. Actually, it's not... Oh, my God. What is this, man? Okay, this is way more even than I've seen it in the past. But this is what the current win rate looks like. We've got Nurgle here. They've been losing to the Beastmen. They're 11 and 13. So it's not like it's favored right now, but in past seasons, see if I can show it off here, because I'm pretty sure this is one of the... Yeah, dude, I mean, look at that. The last season, Nurgle was 1 and 13 against Beastmen. This is how I know the matchup to play out. I don't know what's changed to where Nurgle this current season is doing so much better. I feel like that is probably inflated by, probably by a Nurgle player who's very well practiced on the faction, going up against people who are maybe not quite as experienced playing against Nurgle. Really, the secret for the Beastmen here, in my opinion, is actually the Eye of Morsleep. The Eye of Morsleep against Nurgle is disgustingly good. Empire Mirror seems pretty miserable. Empire Mirror is fun because it skews so heavily towards range and mobility. There's a lot of room for each player to really go like deep into their opponent's backline for aggressive dives, and it makes for pretty exciting viewing because it's not static armies that just kind of mill about and crash into one another. It comes down to a little bit more of a push and pull, and there's a lot more like dynamic, like gamble type of plays. Chaos Dowie, that's a good example of a mirror that would not be super fun to watch, because Chaos Dowie just kind of do trains warriors, and then like a Deathshriek Rocket, and then their Baltaurus characters or Astrogoth, depending on how they feel. Wouldn't really change all that much for the mirror match either, because those units are just so strong, and they counter all of the other options that the faction has. See you on the other side of Empire. Good luck, man. See, Melkor agrees. You're an Empire main, though. You're biased, man. Can't trust you. People really... Yeah, that's true. I'm not playing much, and I played a lot of Beastmen last season. I was probably playing a lot of the, a large portion of the games from last season, honestly, for them. Because they're just, like, not a super popular faction, to be quite honest. Let's go back to... never mind, we're getting into the game, so we're not going to be doing that. We'll talk about play rates and factions that might be underrepresented next. What the hell is this, dude? I'm sorry, what? Okay, dude. Empire is going absolutely guts out here. This is a crazy build. Triple Rot Knight, 1 Forsaken, and the Herald of Death, Spirit Leech, excuse me, and Fate of Buna. Okay, that's going to be pretty nasty, provided you don't get hit by just disgustingly fat Traderkin. Traderkin could really tear this army apart, but as long as you keep them spread out and you don't get bogged down and hit by it at the same time, you're probably fine. And you've got the death magic to wear this guy out, too. So this Bray Shaman with the Traderkin is going to be under a lot of pressure. It's going to be real scary, dude. A little worried about him. He could get absolutely dunked on here. And if the Bray Shaman goes down, there's really not much else that can threaten the Rot Knights. I mean, Ungor Raiders can do a little bit of damage to them, but they kind of just tickle 100 armor. They only have 1 AP on their missile. And the base missile damage is not doing much through the 100 here. Plus, you've got the regeneration on all the Rot Knights, and they've got pretty solid combat stats. It's going to get real ugly, real fast for Beastmen, unless they play their cards very tight to their chest. You need to be very careful. Very scared for the Goreherd. Goreherder's just hiding in the trees right now, though. Same with the Great Bray Shaman. We got the Rotting Riders and the Rot Knights and the Forsaken. All of them just moving forward on the far side here, up to the number 3. Korngore's coming in. Great summon for Kintama. I think here you want to actually loop around one of the Rot Knights to start thinking about moving off to the other side of the map there. To potentially pressure down the Ungor Spear Herd. And then by the time your Rot Knights have rotated all the way around, you can probably have like a Forsaken or 2 to help push there. Get a cap on the number 3. It was a little slower than the Beastmen grabbing the other 2. Not that big of a deal, but of course that can end up being a real scary situation. Really nice Traderkin. It's not going to kill any models here, though. And Rotting Riders and the Rot Knights in general are pretty resilient to these kind of spell effects. If that were a Melkoth, I think it would actually have done a little bit more cost-effective damage. Those upgraded Traderkins are crazy expensive. It's, what, 16? No, I think it's 17 or 18 wins of magic. It's a huge investment to be dropping an upgraded Traderkin like that. I think that might come back to bite Kintama later on. It's not really a massive benefit in using it there. Pretty good dodges here with a Herald and a nice Spirit Leech. And you can see that Bray Shaman. HP, I mean, not bad on the Tuskor Chariot, but a little bit flimsy. For how survivable you need this guy to be. Because Nurgle has always been pretty good at killing a lot of the Beastmen Lords.
The enemy has captured one of your victory
Can be pretty
points.
intimidating.
Take it back.
So Kintama is actually playing this about the way that you have to. You just keep all your forces nice and stacked up so your opponent can't just alpha strike you and just run your ass over. And leaving a skeleton force on most of the other objectives just to like hold up time and take up a little bit of space. Empire needs to spread this battle out. He is at a numbers disadvantage. And the Beastmen are just so cost-effective. They're the type of faction that doesn't really mind having a bunch of their units in an otherwise sticky situation, because they can just bring so many bodies to the table, and they can just wear out more expensive units by just overlapping cost-effective units on top of them. Another really nice Spirit Leech. Rotting Rider's taking some unnecessary Unger Raider fire, and you can see the 1 AP not really doing a whole lot through the armor, but they sure are wearing those guys down and forcing a lot of time off of the table for Nurgle, as these guys need to regenerate. Harpies are in, Butchers of Kalkengard are just milling about, Synagor throwing axes or just poking away a little bit. Not a tremendous amount of value, but they do have quite a bit of ammo left, so they can definitely throw in against these Forsaken and chew on them for a little while. Looks like the trigger is going to get pulled here. The Gorbel almost gets caught by the Rot Knights here. Good control from Empire, pulling the Rot Knights away, although they do stop in a little bit of an awkward position, but the Unger Spearherd going to get folded up by the Forsaken. Really nice jump. Good response with the Rot Knights on top of the Harpies. Definitely can just kill these guys with a nice, quick engagement here. Pops the Locus of Fecundity a little bit early, I think. It might not be the best time to be using it. You only get 3 uses of it. It's not bad, though. I mean, it's a little bit of extra health, and you pop it early just in case your opponent throws down a Traderkin while all of those Rot Knights are on top of one another. Forsaken getting shot up. Blackhorn's Ravagers and the Goreherd are more than a match for these units. The Forsaken do get bullied a little bit. They've got good armor, but they're not an anti-infantry specialist like the Goreherd are. Goreherd do have Slaughterer's Call and Primal Fury buffing them up even more. Crazy high charge bonus. You can see the Blackhorn's Ravagers getting hammered by the Rot Knights currently, though. The Rot Knights are looking real solid. And the Rotting Riders on the other side getting not insignificant engagement against the Butchers of Kalkengard. Butchers are taking quite a bit of poke here. Nothing too devastating, but it's definitely starting to add up on them. Khorngor saturating underneath, though, will make that fight a lot less unbearable for the Beastmen, though. Sons of Goros on the flank, hammering against the Demon Spew. Really nice shock cavalry unit to be utilizing here to hammer down your opponent's elite infantry. Great choice of target. Saw another Spirit Leech go down, but the Shaman is hanging in there. He's got a lot of value. I don't know what from, but probably from the, yeah, I guess the Traderkins. He has dropped a couple that were pretty impactful. This is a Traderkin that can really start to hammer against the Rot Knights and start dropping bottles off these guys. You see them getting real low on HP. Still got 29 models, so a lot of these dudes are pretty low health right now. Really good focus fire from the Unger Raiders. They are getting wicked good value right now. Hanging in there really nicely, and look at this Rot Knight here. Breaks 28 models. Locus of Fecundity trying to keep them in, but the Sons of Goros are on their back now. Gonna be able to run these guys off the battlefield completely here, I think. The Rotting Riders just got so trapped up here. Khorngors and the Butchers weathering through their damage. Able to drag down that very expensive unit in pretty quick order. Khorngors are just so nasty when they have even a little bit of support. You can see their value right now. Up to 1,200 already. Oh, and the Hammer and Anvil. The Minotaurs from one side, Khorngors and Butchers from the other. That's a GG, I think. Both of those Rot Knights are going to be going down, and I don't think there's any saving them. Oh my god. Buna going off. Against what? What did that hit? Oh, Butchers. Yeah, that's not going to do a whole lot for the Butchers of Kalkengard. Fate of Buna is really good against something like the Sons of Goros. That should have been the priority target for Buna. But really, the problem for Empire here is just not pressuring this off objective. Like, there's no reason to just, like, form all of your forces up into the teeth of your opponent here. They've got a very static army with all of that infantry. I know the Beastmen are fairly quick. With Primal Fury, all of their units at the least have 40 foot speed. You've got to try and pull that army apart a little bit. Not doing so just meant that the Rot Knights were rushing up into fights where they were just getting surrounded naturally. And that's never going to work out against the Beastmen. Beastmen are just so good at swarming your expensive stuff. You really have to hit and run if you're going to be taking the Beastmen down with a build like that. Herald dies, the Rot Knights are all dead, almost all of the Forsaken are gone too. Frolickers Bubonic and some Pestigors are about the last unit left. It's not even a Pestigor, that's a Marauder Great Weapon of all things. I don't know about Marauder Great Weapons. I'm going to be fully honest. I think that's a really bad choice for Beastmen. Plague Bearers, I think, would be a better choice. Plague Bearers actually slap Khorngors down. Khorngors get bodied by Plague Bearers, and it's really not that close of a fight. Plague Bearers have wicked high weapon strength and good enough stats to wear down the Khorngors' HP without taking a whole lot of damage in return. Plague Bearers just need to stay away from the Ungor Raiders, and they can definitely hold points and feast on Beastmen units. And the Forsaken just weren't cost-effective. It was an interesting build, but I think Empire just kind of pigeonholed himself up on that one side of the battlefield instead of trying to divide the Beastmen army. The Beastmen in this build have enough mobility to be able to answer all of these Rot Knights, but it's all in reserve for the most part. Like, this starting army is very vulnerable to them unless, or everything in the starting army, I guess I should say, isn't very vulnerable unless Empire starts spreading out the Rot Knights and starts trying to shock down the isolated Ungor spear herds off on the side points. I'm going to get Empire out of here. We're going to get Kentama back in. Really cleanly played by Kentama. Now, Kentama is an example of a player who has won a new player tournament, but hasn't been playing that long. So, he was allowed to come back in and play in this new player tournament as long as he was on a different faction. If he wins with Beastmen, I don't think he's going to be in any new player tournaments in the future. Would be moving on with very well-deserved accolades for having gotten his tournament wins so early on. It's not easy, man. Build is Broccoli's advice. I mean, Broccoli's really knowledgeable about the game. No lies there, but it's brutal, man. I mean, Beastmen are just a terrible faction for Nurgle to face down. That's true. Gotta swim with the big... Yeah, you gotta swim with the big fish soon, Kentama. Come join us. Or join them. I haven't been playing enough. I am rusty as hell, so I need to get back in and practice if I'm going to be any good. Damn, Otto has been hosting a load of tournaments. It's awesome to see. Anyways. 90% of the game, terrible factions for Nurgle to face down? Not necessarily. Probably closer to like 60% of the factions are hard for Nurgle to beat. Nurgle has a pretty solid baseline of at least being competitive in most games, even if they do lose a lot of sustain down the course of a match. It's because once Nurgle runs out of magic, they don't really have the kind of healing that they really would like to be able to lean back on. The high HP and everything, if Nurgle plays objectives really well, they're a very difficult faction to push around. And then it's a game of attrition, which you can usually outlast Nurgle in if you're very good with your micro and execution on isolating units and diving them. And Nurgle usually just doesn't have the speed to be able to counter that effectively oftentimes, but I don't know about 90%. Tell me this isn't the Brett player. It's like Khorne but worse. Yeah, Nurgle is Khorne but worse. You can see that in the win rates. Every season, outside of the people who are like true specialists on Nurgle, they're always below Khorne. Khorne is like the most balanced faction in the game for better and worse. If Khorne were too good, it would be a lot like Slaanesh, where it's just miserable to experience and nobody wants to like play you. But Khorne doesn't have magic at all, and that's a huge thing. Like, lack of magic really hampers Khorne in a lot of matchups, because they're just forced to fight in melee, and so many factions can kind of work around that with Kite. But, you know, Khorne actually has good mobility. Like, genuinely scary, effective, fast, mobile units that can punish you. Nurgle does not really have that. Like, Nurgle Furies are strong, but they're not going to be cleaving through everything like a Khorne Fury is. So that's why you see Nurgle usually, like, significantly below Khorne in the win rates. You can see they've got good matchups, though. They crush Skaven. Skaven are actually a tricky opponent for Khorne if the Skaven player is really experienced. Skaven can actually do some nasty setups against Khorne at times. Nurgle just has a much more favorable matchup against them. Tomb Kings ain't bad. They can beat Dowie pretty easily. Dowie can be a little bit tough, but usually if you're managing your toads well as Nurgle, you can really bully the dwarves. Lizardmen, you've got some options against, obviously, and you can see they can outlast vampire counts. They can beat Warriors of Chaos. Vampire counts evening out a lot. It used to be Nurgle was dominating this matchup. What was it, last season? They were beating up on Coast. Oh, never mind, dude. What the hell happened here? Once upon a time, Nurgle had a very favorable matchup against Counts. Maybe people just kind of gamed it out enough to figure it out. Yeah, like here, I mean, 15-4 against Counts. Not even that long ago. Suddenly it's gone, like, back to even. Even favored for the Counts. It's ugly, man. It's really ugly. Hate to see it. The issue is just that Nurgle's unit archetypes and their mark don't do them any favors in domination mode. I get tips versus Bretonia. Dude, honestly, against Bretonia's Beastmen, You just have to bring a ton of Razor Gore Herd. Razor Gore Herd are the Beastman's answer to heavy cavalry, period. Just because they're so effective for how cheap they are. 600 gold piggies are really good at countercharging all cavalry and do a ton of damage to them. You need to be able to take advantage of that. You don't want to bring Centaur great weapons for that reason. You don't even want to bring a lot of Centaurs, period. Bestigor Herd are pretty good. Really, the worst thing for Bretonnia is armor checks. Bretonnia doesn't have a lot of good clear on armored infantry, so Beastmen don't have a surfeit of options there. You can bring Bestigor Herd, and Korok's Man Rippers are pretty good. Corn Gores work pretty nicely. They can get poked pretty badly by Manadiomen and Peasant Archers, though. Do need to be really careful of that. In the past, the way I've beaten Bretonnia with Beastmen is to use the Eye of Morsleep as a centerpiece and net all the cavalry and use the Razor Gore Herd to countercharge. The Eye of Morsleep is kind of a game breaker in a few Beastmen matchups. But I will say, I've noticed that in the last patch or two, the Eye of Morsleep has suddenly not been hitting shots and has been really inaccurate. When I was playing with the Eye of Morsleep a lot, in some of these less than ideal matchups, the Eye of Morsleep was actually able to counter like the decent infantry that your opponent might bring in. It was a terror-causing monster, so like chaff can't stand around it without getting scared away. You got the nets, obviously, so it allows you to snare your opponent and punish them really hard with good countercharges with all of your fast units, which is what Beastmen do best, right? And then the boulders just absolutely destroyed missile units, dude. Oh my god, I mean, you take out like 10, 15, 20 guys with each boulder at a time. It was gnarly. Now, it's firing high all the time. So, I couldn't really tell you what other build is going to work. Maybe just go for Malagor Flock of Doom spamming. Malagor's good against Bretonnia, period, because there's really nothing that can kill Malagor. Like, if your opponent wants to use Lewin or Alberic or any other characters to just chase Malagor in circles, you're fine with that, because he can fly around and cast spells fine. That's really where he gets all his value anyways. Flock of Doom is great against cavalry. Enfeebling Foe is awesome for decisive engagements against Cav, too. And Flock of Doom can wear out the Peasant Archers, because they don't have a lot of HP. They're pretty flimsy. People figured out that Nurgle doesn't have the DPS to stop 8 Black Knights from winning on points. That makes sense. Poor Nurgle. Yeah, Pestigors don't have the armor. Pestigors are a really bad bet against Bretonnia. I've used Pestigors before. They suck. They're not good against Bretonnia. They lose to Battle Pilgrims. They don't do well into Men-at-Arms. They can grind against the Knights, but they can only do that if Tears of Nurgle goes off first. Otherwise, the Knights will just run away, and then you just look like an idiot standing there with these 30 armor or 20 armor Pestigors that just get shot to death by Peasant Archers and Manadiomen. Alright. I forgot to message Manoff, but I sent him the invite, so he should be here in a minute. And then they'll pick their armies and we'll be on our way. I'm a little distracted talking about the Beastmen. Few Unger Raiders are really good in this matchup. Unger Raiders are good in every matchup if your opponent doesn't try to kill them. And they're especially effective against Bretonnia because they're short range, so they're not great against the Peasant Archers, but they do have enough range to be able to hammer Mounted Yeomen coming out of stealth. And they're really good at concentrating fire on units that get snared by the Eye of Morsleep, if you go that route. I don't know if that's reliable anymore, though, so please take that with a grain of salt. Minotaurs are not good against Bretonnia. They never have been. They get shredded by Empire, or not Empire Knights, Knights of the Realm. I always mix up the heavy cavalry. If it's like a high elf game, I want to call the Silver Helms I don't know, Knights of the Realm. And if I'm watching Bretonnia, I want to call them Empire Knights. And then if I'm watching Empire, I want to call the Empire Knights Knights of the Realm. I just get them mixed up all the time. I don't know what it is about it. It drives me absolutely crazy. I'm constantly correcting myself. Infantry-wise, other than Bestigors, you can always bring Zangors. I really love Zangors. I max out Zangors in matchups all the time because of how durable they are. They give you a lot of durability for a front line at a very cheap price. Like, if you just get 4 Zangors, that's what, 2,600 gold? And you've got 4 units with silver shields, 50 armor, and a really nice barrier. The barrier is really clutch for the early game at surviving initial dive attempts or just weathering through enemy missile fire and forcing your opponent forward early because they're not doing anything. The drawback with going Zangors is that you obviously cannot bring Corngors at that point. Corngors are always good against Bretonnia, but Bretonnia does have ways of really hammering Corngors without the Corngors getting to do a whole lot. Oh, I forgot, what map are we on? God, blazing fast speeds here, Google Chrome. Christ alive, please. Okay, Crystal Lake. It's a really nice map for, honestly, in terms of a map for Beastmen to fight Bretonnia on, this is really not a bad one at all. It is open. Very open map, especially off on this right-hand side. There's a huge forest, though, that covers the left side of the map that Bretonnia is just not going to be able to access safely with, the fact that Beastmen units love fighting in trees. If your opponent tries to do anything in that forest, you should easily be able to punish him. So you can just have one little Ungor spear herd out there just to make sure your opponent doesn't sneak anything through. You can hold on to this high ground objective right outside of the forest, and then the middle has the 2 terrain blockers that do cut off a little bit of space and allow for a bit of an easier time juggling the cavalry threats from Bretonnia. And Beastmen can fill out with enough numbers that they can cut off most of that available space that is there. I don't even know if you're here still listening, but, I mean, I hope that I've given you something to work with. But, I mean, just talking about this one matchup on this one map gives you a pretty good idea of just how intricate the game is and the ins and outs work. The razor-thin margins between victory and defeat in this game are notable. Even in a matchup where Bretonnia does have a really good win rate against Beastmen, even in a matchup like this where there's a natural, favored side, there's plenty of things Beastmen can do to win against Bretonnia. I mean, Beastmen equal their speed pretty easily with all the Centigores and Razor Gores. They've got some good chaff clear with, like, Gore Herds. They can bring some good terror-causing units for a fairly cheap price. They have some good combat lords that can throw the Bretonnians for a loop. Malagor is really solid as always. It's not impossible. It just takes a little bit more for the Beastmen to beat Bretonnia than other factions. This is a pretty normal sight for the Bretonnia side. They've got a bunch of peasants. A couple Battle Pilgrims ain't bad at all. Battle Pilgrims can hold up decently against the Bretonnian or the Beastmen infantry. Goreherd will outtrade them though. That is like the one thing that they want to look out for. But that's where the men-at-arms, or not the men-at-arms, the mounted yeomen and the peasant longbows come in. And we crashed. Classic. Okay. God damn it, dude. Oh my god. I should have restarted the lobby. I should have freaking known. Classic. Oh my god. Freaking peer-to-peer. And I forgot to screenshot the builds, but I don't think either of them is going to change it. It's on stream too, I can always go back and look. Okay. I've invited them both in, so we should get this rolling pretty quickly. If we desync again, they can just play it out. Alright, let's see what happens here. I did like the build that I saw from Kentama initially. I saw some Bestigors in there. Saw some Goreherd. Always saw it. I saw some Razor Gore piggies in the back of the list. Centigore throwing axes are a good reserve to have. They don't do well against mounted yeomen early, but mounted yeomen, once they use up their ammo, just a little bit more limited than other horse archers. Then the Centigore throwing axes can come in and be a really nice attritional tool for you, provided you don't let them get caught. think Kintama has to remake his army. Ooh, the balance mod tourney. That sounds sick, dude. The games have been really good. We've had a lot of really good games today. We got finals coming up here, birds, so stay tuned and we will see who ultimately prevails. Beastman versus Bretonnia is going to be a it's going to be a wild one. So we got Lewin here. Malagor is going to be the Lord for the Beastmen, which is the right call. I mean, more often than not, he's the best option. Specifically against Bretonnia, who can just bring these big bully combat characters. A Doom Bull would not be able to outlast Lewin and scrap with him. You bring Malagor just because Malagor is going to fly around and never get touched. If your micro is good on him. He's just way too hard to close ground on. He's got 121 speed with Primal Fury, which is kind of wild. Compare that to Lewin, who is a fast flyer for being on a Griffin. He's got a full 21 less speed than Malagor does. And he's got 10 less at base, so it gets pretty wicked. So, Korok's Man-Rippers, one Bestigor herd in the trees. Also got all the Ungor Raiders in here, Gore herd. Ungor Spear herd with shields are a good call, just because you do need to weather some bow fire more often than not. You can kind of use the Ungor Spear herd to set up a... The way you want to defend this against Bretonnia, you kind of want to force them to turn to try and get around your flank. So you actually want Ungor Spear herd to be positioned on the corners here. Just kind of occupy space and kind of force your opponent to think about pushing farther back in here. It's pretty easy for Beastmen to summon stuff out of Vanguard and on the other side of this to then collapse on the back side of the Bretonnian formation if they want to advance up through that way. You just need to be able to play off the forests. I don't know about leaving the Bestigors and the Korok's Man-Rippers in the forest, though. Just having them back here as a strategic reserve, because they will get to the front line later than the rest of your army. You do want the Koroks and the Bestigors just to be present and available to fill gaps or to just stop aggression from pushing into the back line. Because the Peasant Bowmen are just not going to do a whole lot of damage to those guys. They've got so much armor. I mean, 95 is as good as it gets for Beastmen, pretty much. It is rock solid. Korok's Man-Rippers are also a good generalist unit. They actually do beat a lot of, like, pretty heavy metal, melee infantry in direct combat just because of their 49 and 42 stat line. Plus, they have wicked weapon strength. 42 is a ton. It's only 2 less than a standard Bestigor herd. So the Ungor Spear herds are going to be moving up and getting up onto the #1 objective quickly. Which is definitely the right play here, just because your opponent's already capped the middle objective and they're going for the #3. And they've got their, you know, massive formation well on its way to getting set up here, and you just need to play a little bit patiently. It would be nice to have grabbed this early, but since you don't have any Centigors to do it quickly, staying back and being patient and waiting for an opportunity to maybe get some good early volleys on the Manadiemen is going to be pretty nice.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Good positioning with the Centigors, just keeping them behind the pillar in the center of the map here. Pulling back as the Manadiemen getting close, avoiding most of the damage. Just, I mean, what, 100? Yeah, about 100 HP off these guys. Not bad at all. Got some Razor Gore piggies coming in, and Manoff is saving up a ton of supplies. It's probably going to be Grail Knights. Yeah. So, here they are. They're going to be screaming up out of their deploy zone. I don't really know where the Grail Knights want to be. They probably just want to position right here and just wait for opportunities to charge in and shred through stuff. Razor Gore Herd need to pull back. They do rampage, so that's the one weakness of them in this matchup, is their the odds that they might rampage facing down against Manatee Yeoman and whatnot, who can't poke them. But they avoid most of the damage here. Going to be pulling back. It's going to be a really nice awakening of the wood. Decent chunk of damage on the Ungor Spear Herd. Ungor Spear Herd will beat peasant mobs. It's actually not a great fight against men-at-arms, though. They don't do terribly. They do hold their own. It's just a bit of a wet noodle contest, and Ungor Spear Herd are not going to be up trading there at all. Grail Knights look like they're going to be trying to run down these poor little Ungors, and they're going to get a really nice frontal charge here, but not really impacting through the front line. I'm getting stuck up in here and just bouncing off the front of it for the most part. Gore Herder moving in, and we've got the Ungor Raiders moving up now to try and get some shots on the Peasant Bowman, and another good awakening in the wood here. Excellent damage on both those Ungor Raider units. Not a lot of focus fire coming in from the Peasant Archers yet. The Grail Knights are just flattening through the Ungor Spear Herd off on this side. Do get a nice enfeebling foe, but it's not really having a whole lot of effect, obviously, because these guys just don't give a rat's ass. With the fact that they're chasing down a bunch of ratting units. And they do get an excellent collapse on the other side of the Gore Herd here. Razor Gore Herd, though, are going to get a nice surround on both of the Mounted Yeomen. They charge up way too aggressively to get after the Ungor Raiders. Ungor Raiders are a little bit hard to actually do damage to without decent charge bonus. I don't know what it is about the Ungor Raiders that makes them so resilient to, like, light cavalry. But, the Mounted Yeomen just bounce off, and the Razor Gore Herd are in perfect position to intercept a majority of this force, doing massive damage to them. And now the Corn Gores and the Bestigore Herd are starting to get saturated in, and the Grail Knights getting torn up a little bit as they sit on top of this Gore Herd right now. On the other side, though, we do have Ungor Raiders getting run down by Knights Errant. Knights Errant can actually carry a charge home against these guys, so Corn Gores are going to try and answer. It's a good save on those guys from Kentama. You can see that some of the Ungor Raiders now are getting a really nice opening volley on this Pox Arrow Peasant Bowman. The Razor Gore Herd doing alright. I mean, they're going to break here in a moment. Looks like they are going to rout now. Knights of the Realm are cleaning them up. Knights of the Realm getting a lot of value so far. Chaos Warhound's not doing too well. Gore Herd have been just cleaning house on all of the peasant mobs, but they haven't really had to fight anything more substantial. The second they do is when they're going to start running into problems. The Bestigore Herd are about the best thing that Kentama has going for them. One of them's gotten some pretty good value already. Corngor's saturated in over here, doing some nice work. Oh, but the Koroks Man Rippers, I've been wondering where they are. They've just been forgotten about in the trees over here. This is one of the risks of putting a bunch of expensive units in forests, is accidentally forgetting about them. I've done this before. It is an awful feeling by the end of the game when you realize, because Koroks Man Rippers could be putting a lot of pressure on this back line. That would be very difficult to answer for Bretonnia, because Grail Knights cannot attack Koroks Man Rippers, nor can Knights of the Realm. Corn Gores are trying to help clean up this back line, but a lot of the Ungor Raiders have been taken down. They're not doing too hot. Razor Gore Herd coming back in, but charging down the wrong target. They don't want to be fighting the Spearmen at Arms. It's better to use them as mass to trap the Grail Knights and the Knights of the Realm. And Malagor is really aggressive. Malagor, you cannot charge Lewin. You can't even be near him. You just have to peel out of there. You want Lewin to feel like he can catch Malagor. You want to just take advantage of the fact that flying mechanics in this game favor speed over anything else. And spend as much time as possible just avoiding contact. Really nice Flock of Doom there. Malagor getting some nice value out of that. But Grail Knights continuing their rampage. Decent value out of those guys. But the Goreherd get in and might be able to help finish this unit off. Razorgore coming from the off angle. Definitely going to finish off the Grail Knights here. It's going to be a nice win for the Beastmen. They're keeping it relatively tight, which is huge. Beastmen in the late game can be a brutally tough faction to finish. They're just so fast, and they can bring out reinforcements so quickly and easily. But they need the Koroks Manrippers to be moving in. They have to have that unit holding down this #1 objective at the very least. But even if they are able to do that, all the momentum here in the middle is really starting to fall apart right now. There's still a lot of peasants mucking up the works in here, just occupying space and being really annoying. And the Beastmen leadership is definitely not their strong point. It leaves them vulnerable to terror-causing units like Lewin all the time, because once your units take about a third of their HP and damage, if the Beastmen units get rear charged and there's a terror-causing unit near them, it's basically a guaranteed break. It gets really ugly. And you can ill afford to suffer casualties of that nature. Korngors are holding the line nicely. They've been performing very solidly. Centigors running down some Knights of the Realm out here. Probably going to be able to finish these guys off, but Lewin is in this combat, and he is going to be a nightmare. He's probably going to be able to tear out the Centigors in a moment. See their leadership tanking real hard right now. Manticore comes in to clean up some Pox arrows, gets their leadership nice and low. They haven't broken yet, though, which is a bit of an issue. And the Koroks are still hiding in the trees. Katama evening it up, though, does have supplies in the bank, and it looks like Bretonia is starting to falter in the middle. Their leadership is starting to fall apart. Oh, and the piggies going crazy in the back against the peasant bowmen now, cleaning those guys up. Pegasus Knights on the way in. Going to be a really nice unit to be able to drop in and just beat up on some isolated units. Malagor getting back up in the air. A beautiful dodge away from Lewin. Excellent micro from Kentama there. Koroks have to come back, please. I need you to notice them, man. Like, you missed them early in the game. This unit could be so clutch moving out of the forest right now and occupying the #1 objective and then going to re-secure the #2 over here. Mounted Yeomen are a very vulnerable target to Razorgore Herd, because these guys have just wicked weapon strength and a charge bonus in the mid-40s. They crush Mounted Yeomen. Mounted Yeomen are very bad against Razorgore Herd. The only thing that beats Razorgore Herd comfortably are Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm and a head-up charge do dominate that fight, especially if they get a little bit of an Earthblood or like a Flesh to Stone or something. Manticore doing what it can, not persevering here. Oh no, and Malagor stops, and wow, Lewin actually flies away from him. I think not expecting Malagor to be as stationary as long as he was. Get some movement up to the #1 objective. We've got Korngors, Spear Herd, Razorgores, but Malagor going down could be game blouses. He's gonna land some really good microplay, just landing him on the ground to get him underneath the Pegasus Knights, but you have to have some kind of unit to come over here and save him with mass, just to keep the Pegasus Knights off of him. Because they could land on the ground here and start to chip through him. Knights Errant running down Centigors. Centigors are just not that good in this matchup because they have very low armor. They don't hit very hard against armor either, with like Knights Errant and Knights of the Realm comfortably outpacing them in damage on the charge. Got Centaur throwing axes coming back in. We've got the Feral Manticore chipping away. It's got 618 value. But now it's getting surrounded by Pegasus Knights in the air. It's going to get picked apart real quick here. Ouch. Ooh, if Korok's Man Rippers hadn't been forgotten about, I actually do think that there was a chance for the Beastmen there. It might not seem like a massive thing, I mean, but this is a 1,250 gold unit with excellent combat stats, great armor values, anti-large, halberd that can just absolutely crush anything that Bretonnia has to throw at them. Knights Errant can't touch them. Knights of the Realm, unless there's like 4 of them dogpiling the Korok's Man Rippers, it ain't gonna go too well. Grail Knights can only attack the rear of that unit, and Pegasus Knights just die immediately to Korok's Man Rippers. If they land into that unit, it's absolutely game over for them. Corngors are great. The throwing axes were solid, but the regular Centaurs didn't do much, and I just don't like Chaos Warhounds against Bretonnia. Harpies are a good harass tool to use against Peasant Bowmen. But Chaos Warhounds don't have any room to maneuver. And you can see the Razorgore Herd did pretty solidly, all things considered. I still think maxing out here is the way to go, because you get 4 piggies on parade against Bretonnia. Suddenly their expensive cavalry have a lot less room to occupy space and maneuver against you, and they can very quickly get ripped apart by the weapon strength on those guys. Alright, then you add in Flocks of Doom, and you're talking about having more than enough answers for your opponent's cavalry. Excuse me once more. That's a bit of an RIP. That's why I don't leave elite units in forests early in the game. Just checking enemy missile ranges and keeping them more in line towards the center of your force as a quick response reserve unit is the best way to go. It's a little cursed. I'm sorry that happened. It makes sense that you had them grouped and gave him an order. You gotta be really careful in this game, because I have seen units drop orders so often. It gets a little frustrating at times, especially summoning units in. When you summon a unit in domination mode, if you give them an order as they're, like, you know, appearing onto the battlefield, they will actually just drop that order immediately. Happens all the time. You have to give it a second before you tell them to go anywhere. And locked groups are a nightmare. The only time you should use a locked group for your formations is when you have like your entire infantry force in one, and you're just trying to position them in a very preset area, and you want them to sit there. If you put units in a locked group and give them an attack order, they will actually not focus on what you clicked on necessarily. They get AI orders. And they get a priority attack order. And they'll go after what they think is the most important thing for them to attack. It can be really weird to watch in real time. It's okay, Kintama. You did really well, dude. It's a tough matchup. I think you almost had it there. If you had the Koroks all game to help you, I think that they would have been able to push the backline enough to disrupt your opponent and draw enough aggro for you to be able to clean your own backline up and save your bacon a little bit. And then you would have been able to just flood the field with Beastman stuff. Because that's the nice thing about Beastman in the late game. Your units are very reasonably costed, so you can attack constantly. You have so much pressure that you can put on your opponent if you're able to survive the early game and not get boxed out. What? Oh, yeah, that's right. We've got a monthly tournament game to play. I've been pretty out of practice, so I've fumbled a few games in this tournament already. We'll see if I'm able to beat Maximillionaire here. You did well with the Beastmen. Beastmen are a faction you have to practice, because they are good, but they're flimsy as hell. So you need micro to be able to execute Beastmen. And, when your opponent's able to match your speed like Bretonia is, it can be a little bit tough to win those really like tight matchups when you're not quite as experienced playing them as your opponent might be on their main. We're gonna go ahead and make a lobby. We'll invite Maxi in. I don't even know what map we're supposed to be on. I really don't want to have to go scrolling all the way through Total Tavern to find out either. Oh, but I need to... God damn it. I wish I could move myself from the spectator slot. I gotta make a new one. I'm getting a little too ahead of myself here. I'm gonna flip y'all over so you can watch the picks and bans happen. We're on a Ragnarok layer. Trying to think what factions I want to play here. It's a 3x3 Matrix tournament. There's 2 bans on each side. I already know I'm banning out. I've been banning basically the same thing every single time. Counts and Slanesh, because both of those are very bad matchups for most of my main factions. Really don't want to have to deal with all that. Does help that Maxi is also a Vampire Count's main, so we're going to be mean and ban out his main faction. He's probably going to ban Khorne, though, so I think it'll all balance out in the end. No counts. And no Nesh. Beastman and Corner banned. So, Norska. Wood Elves. We're gonna go Ogies. Just got Dark Elves. We'll go Kislev. Kislev is pretty good into Wood Elves and Dark Elves. And into Vampire Coast. Okay. Okay, I like this. Okay, what we don't want is, how's Norska Wood? Norska Wood Elves is a little tough. I've won that already in this tournament, but I really don't want to have to play it again. Back out of here for the time being. Do you know when the next one will be? It'll be next week. Every Saturday we do one of these tournaments, and I'm here pretty much every Saturday unless something comes up. You know, I every week though I do cast games from the tournaments. The last month or so I've had a lot more going on, so there have been a couple of times where I've needed to do the stream on Sunday, but they don't need me to run the tournament. They're running the tournament anyways, and I'm just casting the games. So come around then, and work it then, man. Kislev. I'd love to win with Kislev. I love Kislev. I'm not as practiced on them as my other factions, but you don't always have to be like guts out most experienced players to take games off of people with your off meta factions. What do we want to ban out? Ogre Kingdom's Vampirates is definitely getting banned. That's an awful matchup. Noblar's just insta-route there. They're literally never going to be able to do anything. Carronades kill all of your stuff. It sucks. I'm not doing it. Can I actually bring y'all over to the... Yeah, I can. Hell yeah. Okay, so Wood Elves, Kislev, and Coast Pirates is banned. Wood Elves are pretty tough for Ogre Kingdoms. Need to check something real quick. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay. Ogie Doms, Ogie Kingdoms. You're doing fine there. That makes sense, honestly. Already banned out Coast. We'll ban Kislev Dark Elves. Our opponent will get one more round of 2 bans, and then we get to pick between the last 2 available matchups. It's very likely we end up playing Norska versus Wood Elves here. That's definitely a matchup I don't want to have to play. I think I can manage it, though. He's probably going to ban out Dark Elves Ogre Kingdoms, and then possibly Norska Dark Elves, or Norska Vampirates. And we're playing Ogre Kingdom's Dark Elves. I can't do any shenanigans with Wood Elves again. I've played them way too much for how few games I've been playing lately. It's not happening. What do we want Lords wise? Who's gonna be nice? Don't know about old buddy here. How are you gonna be? Okay, I'm gonna go for something. Go for something a little different. See how this works out. We'll do that too. Okay. You know what? I've actually never even fucking used this unit. You could be so mean and throw it out. I've been more talkative when we're actually in game. Right now, I'm trying to be razor focused so we can get our army well situated for this game. There's just not going to be any freebies here. I know that for a fact. In no freaking way. Maxi is deadly serious. Funny unit, but I think we need these guys. Okay. We're ready. I don't think I'm rule breaking anywhere. I actually need to go and make sure I'm not. Oh god. I didn't bring anything unfair at the very least. Okay, we're good. Alright. Did bring a really strong unit. It's not one that I've actually played around with before on the Ogre Kingdoms. Ogre Kingdoms were my main when I started the game. I have not played them a whole lot since. Yeah, Beast Lord can be really good. Deathcaster is goated. I am going for big monster Thunder Tusk. Just a bunch of flingers and Noblars underneath. We actually didn't bring a lot of range, which could end up working very poorly. But, you know, we're just going to be trying something out here. I just want to see if this is something that can work even vaguely functionally. I've got some lead belchers in the back pocket, who are going to be pretty nice to have. We're just going to make sure that these guys are all nicely spaced out for once we get up into the fights. Got some Saber Tusk Blood Vultures, Piggyback Riders in, or Piggyback Knights in reserve. We got the Lead Belcher that I'm going to bring in ASAP, and then Mournfang Cavalry, which will be pretty solid. And then the Thunder Tusk is just going to eat shots, get fat heals from Troll Guts. We got Bull Gorger as well. And then Meat Feast is there for any additional healing that we need. And then we got Great Weapons and the Mournfang Cav. So, we're throwing spaghetti at the wall right now. So got a high Beastmaster. We got triple Reaper Bolt Thrower here, which is pretty awesome. Okay. Is this really gonna do anything? I mean, it'll be able to poke against the Thunder Tusk nicely. And keep this guy back. We should just go ahead and pop this. The Bolt Throwers are here to shoot Thunder... or not Thunder Tusk, Lead Belchers.
Guided by hunger.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in.
Lead belchers.
Definitely move up into the trees. These guys are gonna sit here. Run away here. Let's get the Thunder Tusk moving in so that it can poke some. Actually does a lot. Those Bolt Throwers actually do a lot of damage. It's pretty impressive, honestly, to the Ogre Bulls at least. The little Ogie Bull is not liking the shots there. So our opponent moved, and we're just gonna shoot a new target. Just gonna get that low ground objective. What the hell is going on with this thing?
Keep it from the foe.
Shoot. I have no freaking idea what is going on with this stupid thing. Just doesn't wanna fire at all. It's not good. It's a really, really nasty start. Spread these guys out. Get off of this. See what the Dread Spears are up to. Oh, and those actually got in range of my Lead Belchers. Just pull them back for now. We're gonna bring in some Mournfangs. Actually shoot here. I will say, those Bolt Throwers sure are close. They sure are getting really close in. Sure would like to shoot those, my guys.
I seek ingredients.
Serving the masters! On you go! Fight! Run faster! Try nature!
Tribe on the move. Slaughtermaster moving. Eat 'em.
Oh, that's such fat damage. Just keep pulling back here. Rotate around. I don't think these guys can escape necessarily. To get a kill on these guys.
Looking for me. Let's go, boys.
Grabbing this point, we're gonna use the Mournfangs just to chase these guys off the field, and we'll rotate our little dudes up top
You
here.
have the foe's victory point.
Follow the Moors.
They all went down pretty hard.
Here we go!
Let's go get those guys. Let's get some more Saber Tusk pack in. Charge down these Witch Elves. Witch Elves are pretty squishy, so we're doing some pretty great damage to them so far. Thunder Tusk is doing alright. We did lose a bunch of units up here that are all running away.
Crush 'em. Carve the beach. Fresh me.
Actually send the Saber Tusk packs up here, and we'll get the these guys over now.
Butchery. Take it all.
For the side! Shinies there! Let's go!
They die.
Witch Elves actually ended up winning that fight.
Cavalry.
It ain't looking too hot. It's not going great. But we're not out of this yet.
Perform the need right. The Slaughtermaster. This way.
Fly up!
Tribe on the move. Off we go. Slaughter them.
I mean, this could be the fight that we need to start turning this game around, because there is an awful lot in here that we've got a really nice surround against now.
Killing time.
Let's get him!
Leader of butchers. Supreme. Tourney. When do we eat? Here we go.
Save up. God, I don't think I have enough in my army here to survive this.
Ride the two winds!
Yeesh, the Noblars, no! My Thunder Tusk, dude. Oh no. Obviously, I'm not well practiced enough on the Ogre Kingdoms anymore. What happened to these frickin' Mournfang cavalry, dude? They got cracked. Oh, Jesus.
Cavalry.
Those Cold One Knights are a nuisance, and I just didn't do anything about the Bolt Throwers. Maybe if I had a Bolt Thrower answer, this would have gone differently. It's not going well at all, though.
Wait, ogre mates! Carve them!
Hungry. In my gut.
This Manicore Lord is also a bit of a nuisance. He's been a real pain in the ass. I've definitely not been able to do any damage to him whatsoever.
When do we eat? Above the rest! Here, run!
Chop and clang.
Yeah, I needed something to kill the Reaper Bolt Throwers, because they've just absolutely feasted on my army, dude. They are ripping me apart.
Piggybackers! Run away!
Guess I'll heal these guys and hope that they can rally back to me.
gold. Any my dinner.
And my Slaughtermaster got bullied around. Oh no. Fucking heal him while he's getting his ass kicked. No, don't die, please. I'm begging you.
Looking for me. For sure.
He's gotta unsummon all of those frickin' he's gotta unsummon all these bolt throwers in a minute. He's gonna get a bunch of supplies back, but maybe we can somehow do something in the meantime.
Take it all. Butcher them.
This guy actually rallied. Man-Eaters are not doing a very good job of escaping from the Blackguard of Nagaron.
Meal time.
I think I can save that low ground objective. Yeah, these guys not doing too hot either. Okay.
Hungry.
I think my big problem, I didn't stack my Nobblars very well with my Ogre Bulls, right? What the hell is that? Oh, the Tormentor's Sword. Really nice use of that.
Searching for ingredients.
Yeah, and the Cold One Knights, I don't have an answer for that now. I shouldn't have brought the Eshin Man-Eater. I just don't have anything for him to do.
Alright. Hungry.
That's a GG, man. He just steamrolled me. He's got such a clean build. Mine is just all over the place. That's obviously not the way to go against the Dark Elves. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do there. The Thunder Tusk was just a cheesy pick and was definitely not built for this scrap. God, dude, those bolt throwers just feasted on me. The High Beastmaster did a lot of damage too. I don't have a great answer for him. Death Magic would have definitely been the better option. Another Lead Belcher would have been nice. Better Mournfang Cav play was also a must. The Flingers were solid, but they just, you know, can't carry the game for you. I just need to get rid of that thing. It's too expensive. It just got shot to pieces, man. Oh my god. Yeah, a Gorger. Oh my god. Gorger would have been a nice backline pressure tool. Not what I meant to do. Let's just go headcanon units for a minute about what I could have brought against those Dark Elf forces. Could have done Firebelly, actually. Dude, oh, Golg and a Firebelly would have been the bet. Oh, I'm such a fool. I don't know how I forgot about this guy. Just Kindle Flame and Burning Head would be enough to take down the artillery. I can even do Piercing Bolts of Burning. I can hide in the forests more. Still keep the Lead Belchers in reserve early. Do more Bulls. A lot more Bulls. Some Iron Fists and the dual weapons, of course. Still do my Noblar Kingdoms opening. Scrap Launcher, not a bad idea. Maybe one Lead Belcher to start and do this instead. So now I got Burning Head to actually clear out some of the bodies for all of the pressure the Dark Elves can throw out with how many infantry they can flood out with. Golg is impossible to kill in melee. He is such a nightmare. He's got this heal. He beats up on so many characters. Could cut something and bring Deadeye, maybe. Don't know if I really need that, though. The Blood Vultures are a good call-in. I do think the Saber Tusk packs can work as well. Maybe do this instead. Scrap Launcher can shoot from a million miles away. We can get back there and we can throw down Burning Head and try and kill the crews. I think that might be a little bit better. I don't know if that's the answer, though. Oh well, though. A million Lead Belchers would have just been better than what I brought. I just wanted to mess around. At least he gave me some idea. Yeah, the thing I really need to do is just practice. I have not played at all, hardly, in months. I think I've got, like, 10 games under my belt. And I'm not going to beat somebody like Maxi without a lot of practice. He's a really good player, and he plays a lot. So you got to be sharp, you know. The margin of error is very, very, very narrow in this game. We'll save that for another time. I'm going to dip out, and we'll end stream here. We'll see about playing sometime soon. I keep saying that and then not actually playing a whole lot. If the mood strikes me, though, I'll do a quick battle stream and just spend the whole day practicing my factions, and maybe I can grab some of y'all and we can do like a little impromptu like King of the Hill or something. Yeah, absolutely, Mino. The old play more, as long as playing is fun. See, if they just had released the DLC by now, I wouldn't be so rusty. But, you know, they did whatever they did, and they had to scramble last minute to fill out an entire faction they weren't planning on releasing. Alright, take care, guys. Peace out. I'll see y'all soon. Thanks for coming and chilling.